Good morning, Sacramento County, and welcome. Welcome. Today we celebrate the biennial Thrive Summit. But before we do, we want to ground this space and welcome up White Mountain Apache Elder Russell and Wilton Rancheria representatives for the Land and Labor Acknowledgement.
I'm honored here to be in the circle with all of you today. My name is Alexandria Russell, and I'm a White Mountain Apache elder and also an employee of Sacramento County. Actually, I have changed with the season. It'll be 35 years in April. Sometimes I get embarrassed about saying that, but from day one, when I walked into the county building, I had long, black, straight hair. Has changed. But I was always encouraged to share my culture, to promote it with my coworkers, my supervisors, and to also share about my community. And I'm honored to be here. And we continue to do that in this space. Today, I will be giving the blessing, the land acknowledgement, and the labor acknowledgement. Wilton Rancheria Chairman Jesus Tarango apologized for not being here, but he sends everyone good energy. He is one of the sponsors of this beautiful event. Will you please stand? Thank you, Curator, for all of us come together as relatives. I just ask that you open up our heart and our mind. I just ask for good energy here in the room. As we become one today, let us lift up each other so that we take it back to our family, our workspace, and community. Let us be reminded why we are here. Not only in different departments, but sometimes we have to be reminded of the good space that we are in. Let us remember those less fortunate than us. Bless the food as we will receive a good lunch today. Bless those that prepared the lunch. Be with those on their travels here, and be with us on our travels home. Aho. You could be seated. Wilton Rancheria, the only federally recognized tribe here in Sacramento County, they want us to be reminded of the ancestors that occupied this land, that lived on the land that you are on today. All from the Sacramento River to the San Joaquin Delta, where there was many natural resources here, and our sky was filled with winged relatives, and our rivers with salmon and other life. It is the descendants that are still standing and continue to share and dance and sing. They are asked that we are reminded to be respected of our culture and tradition and our way of life. And together, we will continue to work for our communities, for all generation, past, present, and future. Let us also be reminded of those that was taken from their mainland and from their country to work here with their hand, the labor, and also those that came by choice for a better life here. Let us remember and appreciate them in a good way. Before I leave the stage and they take my mic, I have a story. My husband says I always have a basket of stories, and I do. And in our culture, we always start a story. Not once upon a time, we say, long, long, long time ago, in a village, there was a little girl named Sierra. She was very shy, always kept to herself, unsure of herself. And she was looking and asking Creator for her gift, her medicine. She never really played with the children because she always felt embarrassed. She did not help the men with smoking the salmon because she was unsure if she would remember what to do, or gather with the women and the elders as they prepared the material for the baskets. One day, Sierra was walking and she heard some laughter. She went to the laughter and she heard a conversation of two elders. The women were talking and laughing. They were sharing positive words. Sierra could feel the respect they had for among each other, the sharing and the learning. Sierra said, I love that. I love that. I'm going to use good words with myself. I'm going to start my morning and end my evening with good words. I'm going to say positive things. So each day, Sierra, she started her morning saying, I am loved. I can do it. And people in the village started seeing the change in Sierra. They wanted her to be part of the group because she was so positive. She had so much wisdom, respect, and laughter. And as Sierra continued to grow on her journey into adulthood, children, elders, people in the village loved to be around her. And I share that story because today we are relatives, we are part of that village today. We're going to hear good words, positive words. We're going to leave this building feeling better than when we walked in. And as we continue to do that every day, our family, our community, our workspace will thrive. Aho.
Thank you, Elder Russell, for grounding this space for us today. Thank you. Well, good morning again. My name is Joe Angelo, and I have the privilege of being the Director of Personnel Services for the great county of Sacramento, and I'm your co-host for today. Thank you. I'll take every bit of it, yes. But save a little bit for my co-host, Allison, who will come up and introduce herself. Woo!
Thank you. Hello, welcome. My name is Allison Keene. I also work for Sacramento County. I worked for the Department of Human Assistance for the last 12 years, and now I am currently with the Department of Personnel. Also the former LGBTQ caucus chair and DEI cabinet member. I just wanted to tell you all those things about me right now so that you know how fantastic I am and what a wonderful day we're going to have. I'm going to turn it back over to Joe, and let's have a great day.
Woo, fabulous. Now, we're also joined by many of our friends virtually, and we want to let you know we see you and we say thank you to all the wonderful departments that are joining us today, including the Department of Waste Management and Recycling at the Gold Center, the County Clerk Recorder's Office, the Department of Human Assistance, and the Department of Human Services at Micron, the Child Support Services Department, the Department of Personnel Services at Tech Center, hey! And all the members of the Sacramento County Criminal Justice Employees Union, we thank you for your support for joining us virtually. Yes. Now, who here attend? Yes, let's give it a round of those applause. Yes. Thanks a lot to get those buttons set up for that virtual. All right. So, who was here for the 2023 summit? 2023, yes, yes, yes. Woo! Just remember, thank you for coming back, and for the new folks, welcome. Please come again. We do this every 2 years. We want to see you in 2 years, and we want you to bring 2 people. Please do. We want to also acknowledge the fact that this room was 2 years ago occupied a third of the space that we have today. Today, we opened up all the doors because there was so much demand for this event because of you, and we say thank you. Got a little housekeeping, though. So first of all, on your tables, there are programs. There's also a QR code that gives the full outline of the program, and most importantly, the sponsors, the folks who help underwrite most of what we see today are in there. Please thank them and give them your support. Thank you so much. We also have wonderful people in orange shirts back there waving their hands. If you ever have any questions, those are the volunteers, where to go, who to see, whatever, they can help answer those questions. Bathrooms are out the doors on the other side of these front doors here. We do ask that you keep your cell phones silent, pretty please. Safety exits are on your right and left of the room. We have 360 video booths. We have selfie booths. We have 2 photographers who are running around willing to take and post your information. I thrive when, #. That's what we want you to tag your photos today. I thrive when. And we've got people to help you do that. There's also a no photos, please. There are 2 tables in the back corner right. If you choose not to have your photo taken, you're more than welcome to stay and enjoy the festivities as well. And there's also an audiobook recording. So if you can't find a device to memorialize this wonderful event, call me, because I'll take your picture for you. Now, we're going to transition to our Sacramento County District 1 Supervisor, Phil Cerna, to give the welcome, and our DEI Chief Officer, Stephanie Jackson, to set the occasion. Please welcome both.
Good morning. It's always great to be back on the Sac State campus. How many of you did your undergrad or your graduate work here? Show of hands. Actually, show us stingers. Show us stingers. There's a lot of people here that began their careers here in terms of academic preparation for being the qualified, dedicated, committed public servants that you are. I'm really glad that either Joe or Allison went over my bio, because I've heard that so many times, way too many times, as an introduction to opportunities to speak and greet rooms like this full of folks ready to do a great day's work. It gives me the opportunity to share with you my own words about how I view myself, for those of you that care. The first thing I want to impart this morning is that while I may be the senior member of the Board of Supervisors and currently the chair of the Board of Supervisors, serving for the 3rd time as chair, I've really come to feel and understand over my tenure with Sacramento County, much more affiliated and associated with the broader family of Sacramento County, the nearly 13,000 of us that do extraordinary work that oftentimes goes unthanked and sometimes actually gets trampled by those that don't know what really dedication and public service is. And so first and foremost, I want to really just offer my sincerest thanks to everyone in the room, whether you're working in the fields of social service or transportation, public works, or parks, or any of the broad spectrum of areas that we provide what the residents of Sacramento County expect from us. I think it is an incredible commitment that people make when they decide at some point in their early adult lives that they want to pursue a life in government. And oftentimes, I think you're well aware, sometimes it gets very dismissed as something that is just to be cursed or criticized, especially if you get, during tax season, or if your garbage is getting picked up on time, or there's a dog barking and the animal care and control is not doing anything about it. But what I've seen over the last 15 years is just extraordinary work, dedication, commitment, and I am just very, very, very proud to be part of that endeavor and that family that is here with us today. So what is today? What is, you might ask, how do you encapsulate what the Thrive Summit is? And I was one of those people that was here 2 years ago and really had the great impression at the time that, wow, this is something very, very special. I'd say even as special as when the Board of Supervisors adopted the resolution that established the DEI cabinet, which I've been a proud member of now since Stephanie, and I got to give her a ton of credit. Stephanie Jackson, our director for DEI here in Sacramento County, has really just put both feet in and not look back, and she's doing a fantastic job. But I really want to kind of help set the tone. She'll do a better job than me, but I want to help set the tone by kind of just asking the fundamental question, what is today about? And so I asked myself that question over and over again this past weekend and on the drive over, and kind of what do I want to share with you, at least in terms of how I can summarize it best. And I would summarize it best by saying that today is about empowerment. And what does that mean? So from a politician standpoint, someone that's been in elective office now for a few years, we get the opportunity as elected people to do a lot of different things. We get a chance to help set policy, and we make critical decisions with input from the public, certainly input from our staff about how to allocate scarce resources. But I would argue that the greatest opportunity we get is to empower others, is to kind of share that perceived and real authority that the voters give us, that the public gives us, the responsibilities that they give us to help govern them. But it's really about the empowerment that you have an opportunity to either share or not. So for me, my service on the DEI cabinet, and I know we have a number of cabinet members in the audience. Actually, if you serve on the cabinet, if you could raise your hands. Thank you. Thank you. So every time I go to the meetings, and I look around the room at our cabinet, it's first of all the composition. Think about the composition of the cabinet. African American people, gay people, straight people, men, women, immigrants. To me, that's a reflection of who we are as an organization. And that's great, but it's really the work of that collection of diversity that counts. And so what I see and feel at those meetings and what I take away from every one of those, and what I think you're going to come away with today, is a better sense of how you take the empowerment that is really kind of coming from the interest and the investment that Sacramento County has put into the strength of our diversity, the strength of our equity, the strength of our inclusion, and sharing that between yourselves as service deliverers, right? How do we work internally differently and better as it relates to understanding and celebrating our differences as public servants in the largest local government from here to the Oregon border? And how do we do that facing the public? How do we do that leaving the public with the impression that it is a value set that we do not take for granted? In fact, we want to amplify it. We want to ensure that when the public is interacting with us, and that goes for politicians and elected people as well, they understand that that value is coming through in what we do. And so that to me answers the question, why are we here today? And so I would just hope that throughout the day and while you're listening to the speakers and having conversations with others, that you take the time to reflect on that when we leave here today, that you feel even more empowered, and that when you go back to the regularity of your profession and what you care about most as it relates to your profession, that is expressed every moment of the day that you are working for the improvement and a better future for Sacramento County and its residents. So again, thank you for letting me play a very small part in today's program. And the next speaker is really the star feature, I believe, as it relates to today and all the fantastic work that has taken place between the last Thrive Summit and today, Stephanie Jackson.
Good morning. All right. I'm so glad you're here, number one. You all look great. It's early in the morning, not too early. It's rainy, and so it took a bit of effort for you to come here, so we are appreciative of you sharing this space with us today. I want to share some context and framing for today, just set the occasion. Can I do that? All right, thank you. So first of all, I want to tell you what Thrive stands for. Thrive is a call to action, and it's an acronym, but it packs a punch, because Thrive is about transparency and trust building. It's also about hearing and honoring all sides and perspectives. And the R is for respect. That's one of our pride values at the county as well. And then innovating equity, how we do things differently, how we grow with the times, stay ahead of the curve, and be change makers in this space. And then the V is for valuing diversity and inclusion. If you look around this room, look at your neighbor. Look at your neighbor to the right, to the left, in front of you, behind you. Say, hey, neighbor. Y'all, I'm from the South. Now, you're going to hear some y'alls. You're gonna hear some ain'ts and all that, and that's okay, right? All right, thank you. Okay, the E is for empowering allies, advocates, and accomplices. And if you hear a word today that makes you feel a little uncomfortable, maybe it's a little, kind of triggers something in your brain, I want you to lean into it. I want you to say to yourself, ouch, that feels better. Like medicine. Sometimes the medicine is nasty, but when it goes down, it does what it's supposed to do and starts to heal. That's kind of how some of the things that you might hear today might be for you. And some of the things that you hear today may resonate, and you say, I agree with that, I support that. But whatever it is, I want you to be open to hear and listen, right? No matter where you are on the social justice, diversity, equity, and inclusion liberation journey, one who supports marginalized groups or commits to learning and amplifying voices, or whether you're actively working to protect, promote, and challenge and change systems, or whether you are taking risks to dismantle oppressive systems, getting into good trouble. These values guide how we show up and engage with each other and work together. And so the purpose of this summit is I'm gonna do some call and response. So I didn't grow up in church, but I go to church now, okay? So this is gonna be like call and response. So hang here with me. I'm gonna share the purpose of this event, and after each thing that I say, I want you to say, it ain't about me, it's about we. Can you say that? On the count of 3. 1, 2, 3. It ain't about me, it's about we. All right, thank you. So the purpose of this event is to engage, empower, and activate people who live here in this county, leaders who lead in the spaces that they're in, and organizations serving vulnerable communities and everyone in the community to create an ecosystem of support. Because It ain't about me, it's about we. Yes. We're here to acknowledge historical harms and the need for repair because it ain't about me, it's about we. Where y'all at now? Okay. All right, here we go. I'm gonna give you another opportunity. We're also here to build a platform to amplify voices of community, highlight progress. Yes, amplify the voices of community, highlight progress and ongoing equity work, and create space for convening. Because it ain't about me, it's about we. Yes. We're here to recommit to action and with intention and integrity. Because what? It ain't about me, it's about we. Yes. We're here to recast and reaffirm our vision for racial equity and inspire action. Because it ain't about me, it's about we. And finally, we're here to spread some joy. Because what? It ain't about me, it's about we. Okay, thank you. So thank you so much. My pastor would be so proud. Okay. So the theme here for today is breaking barriers, building bridges. And that symbolizes something. So in the centerpiece, if you're sitting across from a centerpiece that has a bridge in it, raise your hand. If you have a bridge in front of you, you are a connector. You're a bridge connector. If you're sitting in a space that doesn't have a bridge, raise your hand. They're waiting on you. All right? Okay. All right. Okay, so breaking barriers, building bridges. It symbolizes closing disparity gaps and removing barriers to access opportunities, information, and resources. If you had all the information, access, and opportunity that you needed to thrive, what would that look like for you? What would that look like for us? Because it ain't about me, it's about we. That's right. It encourages us to cross the bridge and to collaborate, listen, and co-create together. So we've been intentional about this planning. So you'll see people in orange. These folks in orange, we had 77 employees across the county volunteering to plan this summit. Can you give those 77 volunteers a hand? They are amazing, okay? They put these swag bags together. Everything that you saw in this event that's intentional, it's because of them. And let me tell you how intentional we've been. These swag bags that you received when you picked it up, I want you to look in them because we gave you a note pen and a notebook and a pen. We want you to take some notes, so I hope you take some notes today from what you learned. We also put a phone stand in there. There is a QR code on your table. If you want to know what is happening right now, who comes next, scan that QR code because we digital up in here, y'all. We are digital, yes. And so you can scan the QR code. It'll take you to the full program so you can see what is happening today, and you can rest your phone on that little stand and follow the program. But also, we put a Lego block in your bag, and that is about building new relationships. So I hope you walk away with a new friend today and build a new relationship and extend your privilege to someone or help someone to a resource, opportunity, or information today. That's what this day is about. And then finally, I'll share a couple more things with you. The hashtag #IThriveWin campaign. So, you know, how many of you have Gen Zers at the house? Gen Zers or millennials. Some people still have millennials at the house. I'm just gonna say that. But if you do, you know the hashtag is all of that, right? And so we wanted to get some engagement going, and so we started a hashtag #IThriveWin campaign, and it puts a voice to our community and the workforce for insight into what our residents, our leaders, our CBO organizations need to thrive. And so there's an audio book out there. You'll hear more about it. But go out there and record your #IThriveWin statement. Let us know what you need to thrive. Because again, it's not about me. It's about we. Y'all late. Okay, we'll come back to that. All right, here we go. Last thing. Feedback is important. It's a gift, right? Feedback is a gift. Sometimes it's hard to hear, but it's important to hear. And so we took some intentionality and listened to the surveys from last year, and we incorporated some of those things. And we're looking forward to you giving us feedback on this event this year. So there is going to be a QR code at the end of the segment so that you can take the survey at the end. We heard about parking. So I hope you parked in parking structure 3, level 4, 5, or 6, so that parking could be free for you at the break if you need to. Go out there and change if you didn't, but that's okay. And then also we wanted to make sure, you said we wanted to hear more from local speakers. Today, all of our speakers are local. All of our speakers are local. So you're gonna hear from people right here that live, work, and play in Sacramento County. And we also came to start something. Right? Like Michael Jackson said, you want to be starting something? We came to start something. All right, so we wanted to create the space for everyone who's working here today, but also for you. And then I also want to finally appreciate, again, the leadership of Sacramento County. The folks that hired me made a decision and took a chance, but also the people who supervise the various districts of this county. So we have elected officials in the House, our Board of Supervisors. I want to recognize them. If our Board of Supervisors, if you don't mind, you can raise your hand or you can stand. I want to recognize you. Thank you for being here, our Board of Supervisors. Thank you so much. That means a lot to have our elected officials in the House. I'll just call names: Patrick Kennedy, Rich Desmond, Rosario Rodriguez, Pat Humes, and last but not least, Phil Cerna, who serves on the DEI cabinet with us. And then our county executives, our CEO, David Villanueva, thank you for being here. Thank you for your support. Sylvester Vidal, thank you for being here. Thank you for hiring me. Eric Jones, thank you for being here. Dave DeFonte, thank you for being here. And last but not least, Siobhan Kathari, thank you for being here. And that's all I have to say about that. And the last thing I'll do when I leave here is share one invitation to you. Well, actually, 3 things. I want you to lean in. I want you to learn something new. I want you to lift each other up. And I want you to find ways to build a new relationship and break down silos. In other words, break barriers and build bridges, because it ain't about me, it's about we. Thank you.
I would just like to say that I did not make a mistake and not come up here on time. I'm going to blame that on somebody else whose name I will not say. Anyway, we have performers coming up next. I'm going to go ahead and welcome them to the stage. Come on up, and let's give them a round of applause.
Chanctonbury. Chantabbury. The letter stitched crisp over the heart of an olive drab fabric, meant to be bleached in blood, sweat, and tears of the Vietnam War. This war is what my great-grandfather wore on his back. This war is where his eldest son, age 14, fought on crops he used to plant. This war, the reason why my uncles have 3-headed elephants and louse tatted on their backs to remind us where we come from. 'Cause soon the loud booms become silent, so quiet, the mind has room to process the American dream, May refuge. I come from Xanavixay, Xanavixay, a last name that symbolizes family and sacrifice, always together like sticky rice. In our home, everyone eats. What's yours is mine, what's mine is yours. And in order to survive, we learned how to translate ourselves. Luke Lau, Loud child began to read and write between two worlds, one that raised us and the other that renamed us. The new waters, mountains, and trees that gave us hope through times we need navigation, through the scope of a new life. For generations, we carry loud traditions on our backs with a heart that never cracks, with recipes tucked in memories that nourished our bodies, with prayers from monks that helped us stay grounded. I found it hard to keep my native tongue out of reach, so I speak it still, so loudly, so proudly, to pay homage to those before me, to say kapchai, thank you, to Grandpa who wore war on his back and watched his son trade crops for combat. He said, Maleo, follow me home. Why you wanna fly, blackbird? You ain't ever gonna fly. Why you wanna fly, blackbird? You ain't ever gonna fly. No place big enough for holding those tears you're gonna cry. 'Cause your mother's name was lonely and your daddy's name was pain, and they called you little sorrow, 'cause you'll never learn to love again. So I wanna fly, blackbird. You ain't ever gonna fly. Why you wanna fly, blackbird? You ain't ever gonna fly. To be honest, I'm tired of all of this, and I swear to God, if I see another hashtag followed by the words justice for BLM, stop the violence, long live, hashtag wake the heck up, hashtag Sacramento is sinking, and our youth, my youth is drowning with it. I never thought that my family would be here in a stiff casket. Whew, hold on. I never thought that I'd be here watching my friend lay stiff in a cold casket. As I look around the room, I see my classmates' faces expressing grief and sorrow, having to digest the fact that our friend did not make it till tomorrow. I felt sick to my stomach, waking up the day of my graduation. On Instagram, they saying that my friend had just been killed the night before my graduation. His graduation. Hashtag long live Duda. Hashtag LLD. Hashtag gone too soon. Hashtag he was only 18. I stand here today wishing that your life wasn't taken. Wishing that bullet didn't have to face him. It faced him, it hit him, it hit him. More than 13,900 people have been killed by this virus called gun violence this year. In 5 months, it is killing away our loved ones day by day. And sadly, not even a mask can prevent this virus from spreading. America, land of the free, but a bullet's worth more than me. It's a man down, guns down, and nobody is saying nothing. America, land of the free, but a bullet's worth more than me. Killing young lives in the streets when they want to be something. I can turn a mess into a masterpiece. I can use your scraps used in the past that you didn't think you needed to have and create a calling, a sign, a mirror for those who share the same scars as me, for those who feel like they couldn't reach for the stars like me, for those who simply dream of dreaming but are constantly being told to wake up. I use my voice to tell you not to give up. Even though you're stuck and your pencil keeps on breaking and your paper keeps on ripping and you now have paper cuts and your words are all scrambled up. See, I can turn a mess into a masterpiece even when time is catching up to me. And I can turn a mess into a masterpiece by breaking barriers and building bridges. Thank you. I'm healing.
Thank you. Thank you. That was powerful. I was going to make a joke when I got up here, but that was too powerful. I apologize. I was actually going to just say that the universe humbled me when I got up here earlier and said it was not my fault, and then promptly jumped up here ahead of schedule and took the stage away from our performer, so I apologize for that. But thank you so much. I'd like everybody to kind of reflect on what thriving means to you. What does it mean for you in your life, in your family, in your job, in your community? It's not just personal. Thriving is collective. And the I Thrive campaign is more than just a hashtag. It's a movement, a declaration, a commitment to living out Thrive values in our daily life. Over the past several weeks, we've gathered I Thrive messages from across Sacramento County. Stories, reflections, affirmations about thriving in homes, workplaces, and neighborhoods. These messages are raw, powerful, and deeply personal. Throughout the day, you're going to see and hear these messages. They'll be on the screen. You'll hear them. They're woven into the fabric of this summit. And thriving means something different for everyone. It's diverse, it's dynamic, and it's driven by each one of our personal truths. Today, I invite you all to share your own I Thrive message. There will be people around with some audio equipment. If you want to record your message, we would love to hear it because we know that it's all very personal to us. It's different for everyone in Sacramento County. Yet, as Stephanie said, we all thrive when one of us thrives. The more we thrive in our own personal life, the more we bring that to any other group that we're in. Your voice matters. Your story inspires. Let's hear how you thrive. Record it for us. We want to hear it. We'd love to use some of these clips for future events, but we're going to hear a lot of them today. So let's see some of our community members and what makes them thrive.
Hello, I'm David Villanueva, County Executive Officer here at Sacramento County. I thrive when I see innovative, positive, supportive culture where people know where their work matters and they feel valued and respected. I thrive when everyone feels encouraged to participate and speak up without fear. But most of all, I thrive when I see Sacramento County staff and the communities we serve thrive, because that's what makes Sacramento County stronger.
Hi, my name is Lisa Cardosa, and I proudly serve as the first Latina president at American River College. I thrive personally when I am in community with people I love and respect, who bring me joy and who come from diverse backgrounds, sharing their cultural traditions, perspectives, and stories that remind me of the richness of our community. And I thrive professionally when I can help remove barriers to access and success in higher education, opening doors for all of my students so that they feel seen, supported, and able to achieve their full potential. Education is the great equalizer and changed the trajectory of my life. And I work every single day to ensure that all of our students feel that they belong and are given the support and tools that they need to succeed. Our nation, our future, need these diverse, educated leaders.
I thrive on being part of a community that embraces diversity and all of the cultures where everybody is included.
My name is Letice Jones, and I am the DEI analyst. I thrive when I work in collaborative environments centering diverse communities and schools of thought. I am most effective and ambitious when I am trusted to lead my work, which enables me to work with confidence, joy, and a sense of psychological safety.
All right. I hope you enjoyed those powerful messages from our I Thrive campaign. Like I said, you'll see many more today. They remind us that thriving takes many forms, and it's happening all around us. Now we're going to turn some of our attention to some of the incredible innovators leading this work right here in Sacramento County. We're going to hear from Tim Choi with Sacramento County Public Health, Crystal Harding with Public Health Advocates, Eric Jones and Jamal Rowe representing Public Safety and Justice, and Emily Halcon from Homeless Services and Housing. Each of them brings a unique lens to what equity looks like in their field and how we can build systems that support community, health, and safety, and housing security for all. I'm going to welcome to the stage right now a powerful building for health and the Chia Coalition.
Hi, everyone. It's an honor for us to share our ongoing work today. My name is Tim Choi, and I work for Sacramento County Public Health. Today, we'll be talking about power building for health and the CHIA Coalition, the Community Health and Action Coalition. Just to do some level setting, Dr. King said, power is the ability to achieve purpose. It's the ability to get things done. Decide where you live, what schools you might want to go to, even what career you want to end up in. All of which strongly determine your health and essentially how long we'll be living. And this is why for the CHIA Coalition, we're constantly talking, strategizing, and planning about health and community power. They're inextricably linked. And how communities come together and get things done that allow current and future residents to survive and thrive. But in many Sacramento County neighborhoods, health isn't happening here. As Dr. Anthony Eiton, formerly of the California Endowment, said, powerlessness is making us sick. The Board of Supervisors courageously acknowledged this fact with their 2020 declaration of racism as a public health crisis, adding resources to create the county's County Public Health and Racial Equity Team. And a special thank you to Dr. Kay and Tim Lutz and a lot of public health OGs who've been doing this for a long time for their ongoing commitment to this work, truly building structures within county systems to do more of this work. We know real solutions exist. Community power building for health is this engine for growth for strong and thriving communities. Now let's talk about how we're applying this work. In 2023, Sacramento County Public Health and others produced a countywide health assessment with partners to decide on 3 focus areas. They're of no surprise to us. Focused on food access, housing security, mental health. And most notably, to do this work not in a sort of scattershot approach of where we're going to do everything all at once, but to do mile-deep, inch-wide work. Focused on the lowest opportunity neighborhoods, and specifically in an area using data to define this one part, also located in a neighborhood called the Fruitridge Finger, kind of borders South Oak Park, sort of undesignated in some ways. And this one piece is in a census tract defined as 4401, where roughly 5,000 residents call home. Half are in the county, half are in the city. But it's the lowest, has the lowest ranking for health opportunity in all of the county. Still, it's wonderfully abundant in many ways. Shout out to Building Healthy Communities, and the county's, and others, Black Child Legacy Campaign, who've been investing in this work for a long time and have set the groundwork for us to continue that work. And they are still very much doing the work.
Peace and love, everyone. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Yeah. All right, peace and love, everyone. My name is Crystal Harding. I am a first-generation immigrant from Liberia, West Africa, a proud parent leader, Sac State alumna, and program manager with Public Health Advocates. We are partnered with Sacramento County Public Health as the main implementing lead for the Chia Coalition. We're bringing together a wide variety of partners, residents, community organizations, schools, county departments, managed healthcare plans. You name it, we're invited. And we agree to lead with shared principles and common values. With Chia, our long-term goal is simple but powerful: to build communities where every resident has the resources to be healthy, have a voice in shaping their future, and the ability to stay and thrive as their neighborhoods improve. The Thrive tenets align deeply with Chia principles, where trust and transparency are non-negotiable. Equity, inclusion, and honoring lived experience guide what we do. We like to say we move at the speed of trust because relationships are at the core foundation. Respect for our allies. Their expertise and perspectives are not optional. It's essential. We build on strengths that spark innovation and invite collaboration from diverse stakeholders. Nothing about us.
Without us.
Y'all know it. Nothing about us.
Without us.
Therefore, everything about us with us. These values shape how we lead, invest, design, and evaluate every aspect of our work. Now, let's rewind to how this all started coming together. At the beginning of 2024, we formed our steering committee, bringing together voices representing the system and the community. That included meaningful participation from all 4 managed healthcare plans. Key partners from the City of Sacramento and county departments like Behavioral Health Services, Homeless Services and Housing, Planning and Environmental Management, and Public Health Advisory Board. From there, we expanded, launching subcommittees focused on the community's top priorities: food access, housing security, and mental health. These subcommittees are where our collective goals meet innovation. Each one is led by grounded partners in experience and local expertise. First, our food access subcommittee harvested momentum early. We engaged Tithonia Consulting to develop the county's first ever food action plan. And what makes this unique is the decentralized, community-informed approach. We're lifting up what's already working right here in Sacramento. Neighborhood gardens, mutual aid efforts, and local food collaborations. And we're identifying how to enhance and scale those successes across the region. Housing is health. Let me hear you say it. Housing is health. You know, you're right. You're right. You said it. And our Housing Security Subcommittee is taking serious action. We're gathering cross-sector partners with a bold goal to reduce evictions by 50%. And we're not stopping there. We're working toward legal counsel and renters assistance policy solutions in developing an interactive eviction dashboard, showing patterns and hot zones over the past few years. This tool will help communities, advocates, and policymakers target resources and craft stronger tenant protections where they're needed most. Now, when it comes to mental health, we know that access only matters if people actually know, trust, and use the resources. That's why CHIA invested $100,000 in the county's behavioral health media campaign to promote the 988 crisis hotline, where anyone can call, text, or chat with someone when they or a loved one are in crisis. You'll start seeing bus wraps, lawn signs, posters all over Sacktown. These are aimed at normalizing help seeking and making mental health support visible and accessible for everyone. Somebody else want to push that for me? I didn't do it. It wasn't me. All right. And today, here's where we are and where we're going. So, if you have had some connection with the CHIA Coalition in any shape, form, or fashion, let's hear you make some noise, bust a move, whoop, whoop, right? Scream, shout, give yourselves a hand clap. Have you been connected with CHIA in some form? Okay. Now, this is our current structure, one that continues to evolve and strengthen with every new partnership. And the through line, the heartbeat and heart work, that's our heart work, of all of this is community leadership. Now, you get to hear directly from two of our most amazing, spectacular youth servant organization leaders. Thank you.
All right, good morning, beautiful people. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Is my mic on though? Hello, hello. Good morning, good morning. How's it going? So good to see all you beautiful people here today. My name is Ana Taukolo. I'm also a daughter of immigrants from the Kingdom of Tonga in the South Pacific Islands. And I'm here as a representative of Youth Forward. I also coordinate the SAC Kids First Coalition. And I'm an MBA student here at Sac State, so fingers up.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Alberto Mercado. I'm the Community Engagement Coordinator for Sacramento Building Healthy Communities, and I'm a proud resident of Sacramento County. I want to share a little bit of a background. We're also having one of our other partners who are not here right now, Sacramento Act. They play a crucial and unimaginable part of this program, so we want to give them a shout out to them, and that's, I don't know, what's next.
So as we are about to share a video with you all, we just invite you all to feel inspired in this movement of helping people be better, become better. And just like Crystal said about the CHIA Coalition, this is a product of what the CHIA has invested in from county dollars with youth, with young people, our future, our today. So we invite you all, hit the lights. We're going to show you all a little video before we get started with the rest of our presentation today. My heart fills with joy every time we watch that video because we know that it wasn't just a moment that happened with young people this past summer. It was a movement, truly a movement, with young people, for young people, and alongside young people.
Along the 3 weeks of the summer, we actually watched youth come up, show up. They were also nervous. Some of them were skeptical about the information that we were providing them to them. But at the end of the day, they were ready and they were excited to grow and learn. And by the end of the program, they were not just participants, they were leaders, community leaders.
Yes, and let's be honest, we only built this in 3 weeks. How many of you, by a show of hands, work with young people in the community? So you know, when you're given a task to only do something in 3 weeks, that can be a lot.
One of the things that we were able to make sure to provide for them was transportation. Because we realized that if we don't provide transportation for them, there will be no way for them to access our services and our programming. The other thing that was even more crucial for us, it was providing them some food. When you nourish kids and you give them food, they feel more kind of like we want to break bread with everybody else, and it builds more of a community.
Yes, and this wasn't just about checking boxes. It was about building belonging, building bridges, breaking barriers, just like what you all are here to do with today's Thrive Summit.
One of the highlights of this program was not only the successful component of the work that the kids did, but it was also a little bit taking a little bit of background work. The 3 organizations from Sacramento County, from the city of Sacramento, got together, trusted each other, and said, let's take on the lead to make sure that our community and our youth have a place where they can become leaders.
And this is what made it work. So you all are looking at some of our photos from the graduation that we had. This is how we measured success. This is what we saw that worked best for our students. And when I say breaking, you say barriers. Breaking? Barriers. Breaking? Barriers. When I say building, you say bridges. Building? Bridges. Building? Bridges. That's how we like to keep this youth program. We wanted to be able to make it culturally relevant for the students that were all coming to our spaces. We made it creative by getting creative with the funding, even though it was only 3 weeks. And we were able to design youth-led projects with the focus areas that were just talked about with Crystal and Tim, from housing to food access to mental health. All of those projects that the young people partook in was created for them and by them. These were some of our transformational outcomes that we had. We measured success by not just metrics and numbers. We also measured success by the different stories that we were able to capture every single day. We looked at success as returning students that came back to our spaces, like the 2 young women that you see in this slide here at the top left corner and the bottom right corner, Haley and Jasmine. These two students were students that kept coming back to our program every single day, ready to learn, ready to lead, ready to really be in community with one another. We also saw success as parents engaging, not just dropping off their students and saying, bye, see you later, but coming in and talking with us and even engaging at the graduation. We saw success as also being able to see the mentorship between the older students in the group and the younger group. We saw a lot of that happening as well in this program. That's how we defined our success. That was our metrics of success. It wasn't just about reporting back to the county about numbers, about percentages. It was about the transformational stories that we were able to capture every single time that we met with our young folks.
There was a couple of lessons that we learned. We definitely want to make sure that the youth voice was a decision-making at the table. That the youth voices are at decision-making tables. We wanted to make sure that investment in the community is an investment in Sacramento. The other big component that we also saw in this, that it was a big lesson for us, city and county connections versus silos, and we need to minimize the boundaries. Sometimes our youth, just because they live on one side of the street or live on the other side of the street, either county or city, they don't get to benefit from these programs. We also wanted to make sure that we highlight that when we do community-led projects supported by government or that gives us a lot of credit in our communities. We also want to highlight and credit innovative work and community expertise. We want to make sure that we see our community as experts because they're the ones that actually have the solutions for these problems. Next slide. One of the things that we also kind of wanted to highlight a little bit more was the teamwork that these kids were able to accomplish. They were able to do some public speaking, some organizing, they were able to do some campaign design and be creative, and they were able to express their own selves and so they can learn more about advocacy.
Yes. And each day that we met with our young folks, we did this activity by the end of each day where we asked for them to share just one word on how they felt throughout the program on that specific day. And we even had Tim come to our graduation, and he saw this firsthand that we did this activity. And so this word cloud that you all see here is just some of our daily takeaways that the students had. We heard a lot of them sharing things like community, teamwork, advocacy, being impactful, being one in community, like we shared earlier. And I want to share this activity with you all that you can take away with this Thrive Summit today. So on the count of 3, I want you all to think of just a word that you're feeling in this moment or a word that you're hopefully wanting to feel as you walk out through these doors today. And say it, scream it, say it to the top of your lungs if you want to. On the count of 3, you got that word? You got that word? Ready? 1, 2, 3. Community, love, joy, liberation. There you go. Yes, equity. Okay, come on. I wish I had some prizes to throw y'all. Next time.
So we want to leave before we finish our presentation, but we also want to make sure that we do some kind of a call to action from all of you guys, because we know that in order for us to thrive, we need your support. Right. One of the biggest things that we see in this project or in the future projects, we would love to see more investment in youth as an investment in our communities. When we nurture young leaders, we build stronger, more resilient neighborhoods that thrive on innovation and compassion. We also want to be able to build a learning community. Through shared experiences, mentorship, and collaboration, we can cultivate a space where curiosity and growth drive collective success. We also want to be able to make sure that we understand that our youth learn to lead and listen when we listen to them. And I just want to share a little bit because of the great success that we have with the Youth Academy in the summer. We're actually doing right now, actually tonight, we're hosting a 9-week adult academy where their parents are actually, some of the parents that were in this cohort for the youth are actually learning how to advocate and doing so many other campaign organizing as part of the CHIO program.
So, to close us out, you are all invited to our Community Health in Action Job and Resource Fair on Wednesday, November 5th from 11 to 3. Plus, we have our coalition end-of-year convening where we'll reflect and celebrate from 4 to 6, all at the Fruit Ridge Community Collaborative. Please scan the QR codes or visit SACCHIA, SACCHIA.com for more information. Thank you all for your time and attention, your contribution to community, equity, investment, and power building for health. Peace.
Hello, my name is Dr. Art Pimentel, and I am the president of Folsom Lake College. And I thrive when I have my family and friends close, when I could go to a really wonderful place to eat in Sacramento. I thrive. And I also thrive when I see our students at Folsom Lake College. We reached 12,000 students this fall, and I see them learning and engaged and having a wonderful experience here at our college.
Good morning, everybody. I am Eric Jones, Deputy County Executive of Public Safety and Justice Agency. You'll be hearing from me and Chief Probation Officer Jamal Rowe today a little bit about the criminal justice components of this. I am going to speak briefly about some past jurisdiction experience where we address racial disparities in the criminal justice system. And then I'll move into some of the work that we're doing here in the county, and then you'll hear from our wonderful not new, probation chief, so it'll be great for you to hear from him as well as his personal experiences. And then at the end, we will do a call to action, which essentially means what can you and other community members do to help the county with our continuing venture in this area. So a little bit about myself. Before coming to the county, where I've been for a little over 3 years in my current position, I was in a different jurisdiction as a police chief. And we had a lot of, here in the Central Valley, a lot of community tensions around some very controversial specific issues with policing. And we were really working on how to build community trust and addressing the racial disparities in the criminal justice system. Now, when it comes to those disparities, the first question is, do they exist? Do disparities exist in that CJ system? We all know the answer, it's indisputable, is absolutely yes. Yes, there are. So the next question is, well, where? Where do those disparities exist? Because we have to identify that before we can address it. And as you can imagine, the data is there. They exist in citation rates, arrest rates, incarceration rates, not unlike the education system as well, with suspension and expulsion rates. So once we determine where they are, which is data-driven, we have to determine what can we do to address those and potentially reduce those. And that's where the real work, the very difficult work begins. So again, back to my current role as a police chief for a fairly large city here in the Central Valley. We needed help to really work and build bridges between the community and their police department. We had town halls, town forums, meetings after meetings, and we had a lot of great dialogue, but really found we weren't getting to the heart of the very difficult discussions. As Stephanie said, we really should be putting ourselves in a vulnerable state and in hearing what might make us uncomfortable to be able to make progress. So we participated in what was known as the National Initiative for Building Community Trust and Justice. 5 cities were chosen, jurisdictions were chosen across the country. This particular one was the only in the entire western states. And it was led by the Urban Institute, scholars, as well as criminal justice leaders. It was literally the largest undertaking to truly examine how can we build community trust, build trust between, it was specific to law enforcement and the community, a very big task. I'll just kind of cut to the chase as to what I learned, and I think has assisted other departments and agencies, is to first take a step way back before really reaching back out to our communities and acknowledging the past harms that law enforcement has done in American policing. Now, talk about making some of my colleagues and peers a bit uncomfortable. It's just a truth, and it was a truth that we felt and I felt had to be said before we could have that real discussion. I mean, the facts are facts. American policing, the very first police departments in America were slave patrols. I mean, it's a fact. Over time, policing were used, and they didn't make the laws, legislation, governor's acts, et cetera. But you all are aware of Jim Crow laws. Guess who enforced those, right? The police departments enforced those. And that's something that we just have to acknowledge. Now, I used to tell my officers that worked for me, you didn't do those things, but that badge that you wear on your chest carries that burden. The community knows it, especially our communities of color, black and brown communities. They know this history, suppression of civil rights, and where law enforcement was put to do those things. The community knows it. You need to know it, and you need to at least acknowledge it and understand it before you can have those healing discussions with the community. So we did a lot of hard work. There's always work to be done. It's never a destination. It's a constant journey. But we implemented a lot of practices there to really address and reduce racial disparities, from warrant amnesty programs to law enforcement assisted, where we're getting folks the help they need, for example, with mental and behavioral health crisis versus criminalizing it. So again, enacting a lot of these things with specific strategies to make things better. So what are we doing in Sacramento County? Oh, it's right there too. I would have known that if I'd been here for the dry run, which a lot of people gave me grief for, but that's okay. Oh, and also I love the applaud lights. I was thinking maybe that'd be great for my office or for the conference room for David when he walks in. So this is what the Public Safety and Justice Agency is. It's part of the county. We have 4 deputy county executive agencies. Siobhan is here, Dave is here, Sylvester is here. We each have an agency. This specific agency has probation, coroner, public defender, conflict criminal defender, and we have excellent representation by them here, as well as a liaison for the elected offices of the system, right? So that's the sheriff, the district attorney, Superior Court, and then also working with the Inspector General and some other bodies here. So the Public Safety and Justice Agency, we feel, play a central role in our efforts to advance racial equity and justice, and serve as a strategic hub for all of those different entities that I mentioned, and they're listed here as well. Also, a lot of work we do is specific to getting this county in compliance with the Mays Consent Decree. That's a federal consent decree related specifically to the conditions of our jails here in Sacramento County, which are inadequate and need significant improvement. So that's another area that we're working, a space we work in. Here are some specific, what we believe are transformative initiatives that public safety are doing. There's first the Integrated Justice Information System, known as IJIS, and we are a key member of that steering committee, which governs the centralized data system. So like in many of your industries and disciplines and organizations where you work, there's often sporadic or different data that might not necessarily be centralized. It might be siloed and department central. One of our ongoing efforts is really to make informed policy decisions. We have to have really good data. So that's one of our primary drives. There's also something known as Incompetent to Stand Trial, ISTs. We, as the Public Safety and Justice Agency, are collaborating with, again, there's so many different agencies that have to work together to move the needle. This is Health Services, the Sheriff's Office, our Defense Council, and other agencies involved in that. And then our advisory committee engagement. So we have several bodies where we're really getting in commissions and groups, commissions and committees, where we get community input, and that is the Public Safety and Justice Advisory Committee, also through the Criminal Justice Cabinet with leaders in criminal justice. The Community Corrections Partnership has an advisory board, members of the public, as well as the Sheriff's Oversight Committee, which is a community review commission. Those are just a few examples And I attend all of those really to ensure we're getting community input in these different processes. Here are challenges and opportunities. Number one, the challenge is the past harms I already talked about, but it's, again, acknowledging those. And I think it's very important for all of us as leaders to do that. And then study these strategies for overcoming those implementation challenges and then looking for opportunities. There will be, again, a list at the end I'll go over briefly after our Chief Probation Officer speaks to talk about what can you and those you know who care about making a difference do here in Sacramento County. With that, I would love to turn it over to our Chief Probation Officer, Jamal Rowe. Thanks.
All right, you ready? We're going to go fast. Well, thank you. First off, I would want to also second some of the thanks that have been given, but thank you all for being here. This is an honor, pleasure to be in front of you all. The orange shirts have been so helpful since like 8 o'clock this morning. They've been standing tall since I've been here, so I must shout out them. Also, shout out to my probation family over there on the left. They're trying to be hiding, but I'm going to bust them out. So thank you for being here. The last thing I'll start off with is I heard there was a request for people from Sacramento to be presenters this year, and I'm born and raised here. So also, though I love Sacramento as a whole, I am from South Sacramento, specifically Valley High School. So if you're from South Sac, put your hands up, 100%. But I do love my North people, East, West, everybody included. So don't beat me up when I walk outside, it's all good. Peace. So three times I'm gonna ask you all to say the word thrive during my little spiel. So we're gonna give it a practice, so this would be number 4. So when I point at you, I want you to say thrive. 1, 2. Thrive! All right, cool. Make sure you keep that energy when I point at you. That way I make sure you're keeping your attention on the message. So as noted, my name is Jamal Rowe. I'm the Chief Probation Officer in Sacramento County. It is truly an honor to be a part of this year's summit and to represent Sacramento County Probation Department, one of the agencies within our Public Safety and Justice Agency. Our department stands at a unique intersection, balancing accountability, rehabilitation, and hope. Every day, my officers and staff work to help individuals rebuild their lives, reconnect their families, and reintegrate successfully into our communities, while maintaining public safety so that our families can continue to thrive and make our communities better than it was yesterday. Within my department, public safety is not about enforcement alone, though it plays a vital role. It is also about empowerment. It is about investing in people, offering second chances, and I'm making sure she's staying with me, and addressing the root causes that lead individuals into the system. This is why we are deeply committed to initiatives that expand reentry programs, strengthen behavioral health partnerships, and build trust through neutrality, voice, trustworthiness, and respect. For me, this is deeply personal. My own journey, from growing up in neighborhoods where potential was often overlooked, to joining AVID class. If you know about the AVID class, you know what I'm saying, that was me. In high school, graduating with under a 3.0 GPA cumulative, then being accepted to Sac State through the EOP program, upon which I did graduate, to becoming a featured speaker at my college graduation, and now leading a department focused on restoration and growth is proof that when we see people for who they can become, not just who they were, entire communities begin to thrive. Good job. And that is what the summit embodies: transparency and trust building, hearing and honoring all perspectives, respect, innovation, equity, valuing diversity and inclusion, and empowering allies, advocates, and accomplices, also known as, last one. That was 4, I know. It reminds us that our success as public servants is not measured solely by the policies we write or the programs we launch, but by the lives we transform along the way. Thank you for your time, and back to
We'll leave you with this. To support the Public Safety and Justice Agency's mission in reducing racial disparities and everything else with its efficiencies or improvements, here's what you can do. There's a link here to our analysts for us to continue to get information, but also get involved in advisory boards and commissions. We have a lot of openings in the county, and I think you can go to the county website and see, not just under the public safety and justice sphere, but also other parts of the county where you can get involved and be part of these advisory boards and commissions. And then I just would like to continue to encourage you to act as allies, advocates, and accomplices to support our neighbors, friends, and family members for a healthier and safer community. Thank you for your time today, and have a great rest of the Thrive Summit.
What's up, Sacramento? This is Adrian Ruiz, co-director of the Creciente Latinx Leadership Program, executive director of YDN, and also host of the In Our Tribe podcast here, where we shine a light on change makers and creatives and strengths enthusiasts in our community. I think about Thrive, it's that V, that valuing diversity and inclusion, because that's what sings to my values. I think we are at our best when we value each other, when we include each other, and we make sure that everyone's invited to the party.
Good morning. Good morning. Can everybody hear me okay? Great, thank you. Really appreciate being here. My name is Emily Halkin, and I have the great privilege of getting to oversee the county's newest department. I don't know how much longer I can say that, but we're the Department of Homeless Services and Housing. And I'm so excited to be here and get to speak alongside my colleagues Jamal and Eric and Tim and so many others here, because I feel like the work that we do in homeless services and housing is very intentionally at the intersection of all of these other really big challenges the county is taking on. The folks that we serve and the work that we do is really to try to lift up some of the most disenfranchised folks within our community. So I'm really appreciative to be invited here today and to share just a little bit about the work that we're doing in partnership with the community to prevent and end homelessness. And while it was not intentional on my part, I do have a fairly public presence in this work. It's not what I sought out, but here we are today. But I do find myself sometimes when I'm not in front of the board of supervisors with a very specific task at hand to talk about the work that we do and to humanize it in a way that can translate to the general public. This is a lot because the work that we do is very political, unfortunately. There's a burden of feeling community expectations, the expectations of the folks who are sleeping outside tonight, the expectations of the general public, and the very real frustration that we're not meeting those expectations. We're often also the sounding board of very well-intentioned community members who want to bring solutions and want to be engaged in this area, but are finding themselves pushed up against those political expectations and the bureaucracy that sort of envelops the world that we work in. So as I was preparing today and thinking about the audience here today, I really wanted to step back and think about the motivation that keeps me in this space and keeps my staff, I hope, in this space, and it gives me some hope as we work on this together, in hopes that it'll give you a little bit of inspiration to lean into this complex issue. So a lot of times when I'm speaking, because I do speak a lot at the Board of Supervisors, I speak at conferences, various community events, it's a little more formal. So I'm really going to try today to peel back some of that formality and speak a little bit more about how I think and feel about the work that we do, and most importantly about the community that we work for. So in the work that we do, especially when you're looking through a governmental lens, It's really easy to get hyper-focused on what we do and how much we're doing. And we're committed to being good stewards of public resources and of the public expectations, but that often can push us to a place where we emphasize measuring outputs and outcomes. How many new shelter beds did we create? How many people moved off the streets, which are incredibly important, but it can cause us to forget the humanity of the work that we're doing. And this, of course, is very exacerbated by the very real and frankly the very deserved public frustration with the slow pace at which the change seems to happen. We can easily find ourselves racing to the next thing, the next great new idea, and counting the number of beds we've created or the number of folks that we've touched in a month, rather than seeking to understand the human toll that this crisis is bringing to our community. But despite the complexity of this issue and the frustrations that we feel on a daily basis, I am an optimist. And I do believe that we are making a difference and that every life that we're impacting validates the work that we're doing. But it's important to acknowledge that homelessness is not a thing that stands apart from other institutional challenges. It's also not simply a symptom of poor personal choices or personal judgment. It is a reflection of failures in so many systems throughout our community, coupled with personal choices and challenges and obstacles that face people on a daily basis. We cannot boil homelessness down to one problem or one system failure. The very overwhelming reality is that any solution to homelessness really means a complete reworking of our social safety net, and thinking about how individuals maneuver through those safety net systems. So I'm not here today to talk about solving homelessness. I talk about this quite a bit with colleagues and leaders that we're likely not solving homelessness. But I am here today to talk about how we can think about those that are impacted in this issue. That includes, of course, the individuals who are sleeping outside tonight. It also includes, though, the community members where encampments are located next to their businesses or their schools or their homes, and hopefully bring some curiosity and openness and compassion to how we think about those folks, no matter where you sit on that scale of community. And so we, as policymakers and governmental workers, will continue to chip away at the what and the how. It is important that we measure ourselves. I don't want to suggest that that's not the case. But the space for the community at large, those of you who are in this room, hopefully, I believe lies in really thinking more about the who and the why that we do this work, which is what I want to talk to you about today. So first, the who. This is surprisingly a really hard thing to capture. Not only do people move in and out of homelessness as situations change or they face hardships or there's new opportunities or obstacles in their way, what we count as homeless can be really, really confusing and frankly nonsensical. But for most purposes, we count those who are literally living unsheltered in a vehicle or in an emergency shelter on a point in time. However, at any point in time, people are moving through the system and they can just be a step away from homelessness. Those folks potentially leaving the criminal justice system or entering the criminal justice system. Those who are about to be discharged from a hospital, or those that simply run out of the funds to pay next month's rent or even a short-term stay in a motel. Additionally, it's really important that we acknowledge that many of the people that we seek to serve are not visible. Often this is by choice. This, of course, includes families who have minor children and fear the loss of those children. This certainly includes people fleeing domestic violence situations and many young adults who don't feel welcome or safe to be their authentic selves and their families. But what we do know is that we estimate that over the course of a year, between 10 and 20,000 people in Sacramento County will experience at least one night of literal homelessness. And what we know about who they are is just probably not surprising, is that as compared to the total population in Sacramento County, they're disproportionately people of color, that they face an array of disabilities and health conditions that are exacerbated due to their housing conditions, and that they also have very, very complex histories of interactions with many of the other systems that we all work within. A few data points to lift up from the 2024 point-in-time count, which is effectively a census of folks experiencing homelessness that we do every 2 years. 33% of the homeless population in Sacramento County is Black, and that's as compared to about 9% of the total countywide population. Almost 45% of those self-identified as chronically homeless, and this means that they've been homeless for at least a year or longer, and they have one or more disabling conditions. 25% indicated that they had been a part of the child welfare system before they reached the age of 18. And most importantly, because this is asked of me virtually every day, 62% of them identify as being Sacramentans, and 90% said that they had been in Sacramento for at least 6 months at the time they were counted. They are our neighbors, they are our friends, they are our schoolmates. But these numbers only tell us so much. I've been working exclusively in homeless policy and programs for more than 15 years, and prior to that, I had 10 years in affordable housing locally. I've met hundreds of people who are navigating the programs that we've offered. I've met many people living unsheltered in our parks and along our streets. I've met many, many guests of our various sheltering programs, and I've had the great pleasure of getting to meet folks as they exit homelessness into safe and secure housing. Everyone's story about what led them personally into homelessness is unique, which means that everyone's path out of homelessness is similarly going to be unique. And for many of these folks, what we are offering to them is a solution to homelessness, or a temporary solution to homelessness, but it's often just the first step in addressing so many other challenges that they have, whether that be a lack of education, substance use issues, familial separation, or simply the really, really tough place of living in extreme poverty in Sacramento County, while the cost of housing and other services continue to rise and become more unaffordable. But the one thing that I think that virtually everyone who has touched our homeless system of care has in common is that they need and they deserve our unjudgmental help. I want to be clear, this does not mean that we can't and shouldn't be frustrated with the lack of the resources that we have available at any point in time. Or, frankly, with people who refuse at a point in time what we think are very well-intentioned services, or even the circuitous path that people might take that when we're looking at it from the outside seems really illogical. There are also very real impacts of unsheltered homelessness on those of us who have never experienced homelessness, and it's okay to be frustrated with that. So this leads to the why. Beyond simple compassion and caring for others, why is this work necessary, and then how can those of you who are here today in this room contribute? It's sometimes surprising to me that homelessness can be such a divisive and hyper-political topic. I think it's pretty safe to say that we all agree that homelessness is at a crisis in our community, in our state, and in our nation. However, the visibility of the population, combined with the convoluted and bureaucratic way that we often talk about the work that we do, I also want to recognize is off-putting. It's off-putting to that frustrated business owner or the parent who just wants their kid to be able to walk safely to school, or the environmentalist who wants to enjoy the parkway system and feels they can't. But it's equally as off-putting to the service providers who are advocating for a client who's been lost in the system, to the advocate pushing our elected officials for more resources, and most off-putting for the people themselves who are experiencing homelessness, who are often asked to assume all of the responsibility for personal choices that they may have made, but don't often get the equal acknowledgement of the systems that have failed them along the way. But we can all agree that something needs to be done. Regardless of the motivation that brings you to the space around homelessness, the simple solution, both to having a passable street as you walk to school, also the solution to having safety from the elements as we enter the weather, is more and varied housing and shelter programs wrapped with intensive supportive services. It's not actually that complex, but it is very expensive. It takes a very long time. And when there's no new funding available, solutions for homelessness, as with other social services, are pitted against other things that are really important and needed in our community. We also know that the pure economic cost to the general community of people living unsheltered is significantly higher than the cost to provide permanent supportive housing. It doesn't make it any easier, though. I do wish that I had a neat and simple solution. If I did, I'd work myself out of a job. But solving homelessness really requires grappling with some pretty complex societal issues. So in times of scarcity like we're in right now, combined with some pretty volatile policy shifts that are happening at the federal and state level, these solutions can feel especially overwhelming. I just said, hey, it's easy, we just need housing. It's really not that easy. So what can we all do, and all of you do, in your everyday lives to participate in solutions? The most important and impactful way for the residents of Sacramento to help further this work is to publicly speak up in support of recommendations that come forward, recommendations for new housing sites or shelter sites, recommendations for innovative solutions that staff or community members may bring forward. Say yes to new projects. Say yes to taking chances on a new program. Other more tangible ways to help are volunteering for the biannual point-in-time count. I mentioned we last had one in 2024. We'll be doing one again in January of 2026, and it's a great opportunity for the community to engage in this work. Lead with compassion and understanding that while solutions may be slow, they are working. Finally, get to know the people who are working in this area, those who are directly working in the programs. I am not boots on the ground, but we have so many amazing community organizations doing the day-to-day work, running shelters, doing outreach programs. Get to know them and hear what they need and how this work brings meaning to them. Get to know those people making policy decisions, and most importantly, those experiencing homelessness who have been through our programs. Hear from them what works and what doesn't work, and lend your voices, and if you can, your time. And so to this end, because I can talk for a long time, but I don't bring that same level of experience as those that we serve do, I want to start you on that path of learning more about homelessness with a short video that features those folks here in Sacramento doing that hard work on the ground, as well as the voices of some of the people that we've served over the past couple of years. Thank you.
That like when you're unhoused, it's easy to feel like you're not worthy, and everybody is worthy of getting help and everybody deserves a better life. So I hope that we're giving people some type of hope or like hindsight that like somebody does care, because to me it's more than just a job. Like I care about the individuals, and I think it's great that more places are accepting people with their animals versus just the person alone. So I think it definitely would have helped me figure out like where to go and what to do much sooner versus trying to figure out all the resources by myself.
Stockton Boulevard Safe Stay is a temporary shelter for any individual that does come on site. It is a temporary space of living and hopefully to end their path to homelessness. Each participant will receive an individual assessment of their needs, and their length of stay is really dependent on their ability to make progress towards their goals.
All the resources at our fingertips, and we have the help. So like I was saying, if you want it, it is here and it will work. You know, just like how they say at AA, if you keep showing up, you know, it'll happen, it works. Same thing. If you really want this, if you really want to get out of your situation and better yourself and not be out there, then this place works. But you can't just come here and expect everybody to do everything for you and in the snap of a finger you're gonna get it all. Like, that's not how it works. That's not how the world works. I mean, that's how when you're homeless, that kind of does work. But you wanna be back in the world, you want a better life, then you gotta work for it.
We're actually trying to help people. The cleaner an area is, the less likely the sheriffs are coming, the rangers are coming, PD's coming, you know. So I figure, you know, when the time is right for them to get help for whatever it is they're trying to get help for, they'll do it, you know. And in the meantime, why not have the place clean, you know?
As you can imagine, a lot of unhoused individuals access their health care through the emergency rooms, emergency departments. That's not a great way to access care, and many times they leave going back out onto the streets with a really bad diagnosis. And so now there will be a place to refer them to. The criteria for hospice, which is the criteria to come to Joshua's house, is that the individual will have to have a diagnosis of 6 months or less as a result of their diagnosis and forego curative treatment. And then we do a series of other intake processes to make sure they're a right fit, and they will be able to access Joshua's house and be cared for here.
It's really a big step forward. As to before, I didn't have no access to nothing to be able to even think about how to go forward, you know what I mean? Times were really getting a lot tougher, and it wasn't looking good, but now everything's starting to work out pretty good for the best now. They feed you 3 times a day, and the food's good, and the people are nice, you know, and they're willing to help with whatever you have going on.
Hey everyone, my name is Francisco and I'm a proud father and a community advocate here in the Sacramento region. I thrive when my kids, they feel safe, supported, and encouraged to explore, to learn, and to grow in every way. Both of my kids have been volunteering and playing sports since a very young age. My daughter plays basketball, my son plays baseball. And knowing that they have access to those opportunities and those resources, but most importantly, a nurturing community, it gives me a peace of mind and inspires me to show up every day as a parent, a mentor, and a neighbor.
What a wonderful group we have here. I'm seeing faces from 2 years ago. I'm seeing new faces. This is wonderful. My name is Mark Slaughter. I'm a supervising attorney with the Public Defender's Office. I'm also a part of the Hive here at Sac State. I'm an instructor as well, so stingers up. Yeah. I'd like to moderate some questions and answers with our powerful storytellers. So I'd like to ask to come back to the stage Tim, Crystal, Anna, Alberto, Eric, Jamal, and Emily. Please return. Weren't these wonderful presentations? Yes, thank you. So, a couple of things I know. My stomach's starting to grumble. I see food. So I don't want to make this too long, but I do want to give you, the community, an opportunity to ask questions of these wonderful storytellers. I have mics over to the side here and also a microphone over this way. So if you'd like to make your way over, if you have a question to one of the mics, we'll field that question from you. While you're making your way up towards the mic, I have a question. These were wonderful, wonderful presentations. So let me ask Crystal, how do we get the people involved? So we have all of these organizations, we have counties, we have all these different providers, everyone who's involved. But what if I'm just an individual? How do I get involved? How do I get engaged?
The individuals are the most important folks a part of the work in the coalition. It's a simple call, text, or email. Follow us on social media. Check out our link tree. But really, it is to reach out and connect with us so that we can collaborate in this work together.
Thank you, thank you. Do we have any questions? I see someone approaching the microphone.
That was awkward because I thought somebody was right there, so I thought I had time, but I'm ready still. How y'all doing?
Would you please state your name?
Yes, my name is Armani Easley, and if you see people throwing up the O is for optimism, so thank y'all for throwing it up, Project Optimism. Thank you for that. The part that I am being honest with y'all and being very transparent about is the duality of us doing this work, but yet I tell people all the time, this is not just a job for us. This is a responsibility. This is an action that we have to because, right? So I thought about you guys' presentations, and it's beautiful that y'all right next to each other right now because I'm thinking about my brother, and it was hard for me to really focus on the presentation because the last few times he's went back to jail is because substance abuse, and he can actually get drugs in jail. And I'm just thinking about the fact that he would really benefit from housing because right now he's in San Francisco. He'll call me from different phones, and he's choosing to be out there. And I feel like my challenge or my question that I'm trying to bring to y'all right now is thinking about how often do y'all work together? What does it look like to bridge those gaps? Because I feel like the last few times he went back to jail, matter of fact, right before he went to jail, the 2 times ago, he didn't just get 1 job, but he got 2 jobs. And right when he went back to jail, he just got approved for housing. And I know that really damaged him. I know that to the point where I feel like sometimes it's like he doesn't even want to come out because he have to live what he said to us, right? And so my bad for being long-winded, but I know it's people in the space that do this work. But like I said, it's more of a responsibility than it is a job. And so what do y'all have to say to that? I'm pouring my heart out to y'all because I just want to see what does that mean to y'all? And then what is the action behind the collaboration because things are getting missed in those type of stories.
Now that's a powerful question. So how are you all collaboratively working to holistically support the individuals, not just groups and that, but how are you holistically? This brother's brother is struggling with a host of issues, which means all of you would have to collaborate. Let me start with Jamal.
Thank you. Testing. Okay, good. I'm here. First, I'll start by giving you a virtual hug. Right. I understand that struggle. Where you going? Oh, I need to look at it. Okay. Yeah, there we go. Stay there, young man. We all good. So first, thank you for sharing. It is very vulnerable. I too have a mother who died from alcoholism, and I would say that the alcoholism chose her, right? And I have family right now that have housing issues that prevent them from being great parents, right? So I truly understand that struggle, and I think you're not alone in that struggle, as you noted, but I don't want you to think that we're immune to it either, right? So that is a struggle that we deal with. But to answer your question, there's no right answer, but the best answer that I could give is there has to be significant collaboration along with passion and wisdom. And right now, that's what we have, right? So I've been knocking on a lot of my counterparts' doors, and they're welcoming me with food and open arms and conversation so we can begin to build our consistency within the county on what we need to do, and then go forth and conquer. I think there's a lot of great things that are happening within the county. As far on the probation side, I'm not over the Sac County main jail. I'm on the juvenile hall side, but I definitely deal with the families that have that same struggle as you're identifying with. And so there's a challenge for us to talk to the sheriff's office, to talk to DHA, CPS, Adult Protective Services, and really combine. And right now we have almost monthly meetings with a couple of different individuals to try and build something that's collaborative and sustainable for our future.
And then Emily, there's a homeless thread to this gentleman's question.
No, I appreciate, is this on? I appreciate that. No, I echo what Jamal said. You know, 10 years ago, the homeless system of care was sort of this little island to ourselves, you know, and basically what we did is gave people a safe place to be at night and then, you know, sort of crossed our fingers. Things have dramatically changed. A couple of tangible things we're doing, especially with the criminal justice system, is that first of all, Jamal's team is in most of our shelters daily on the probation side to help folks re-enter and not have to be offended and go back into the criminal justice system. We welcome their participation in all of our sheltering programs. We also have on site at virtually all of our shelters our great behavioral health team. I know Tim is here. We have dedicated clinicians who work with our health folks to try to provide the services for behavioral health, substance use issues, also physical health care. And then we're really excited, just July, we've opened, we know that the folks entering our shelter, for many of them, have touched the criminal justice system in one way or the other. For the first time, we opened July 1st, 70 beds dedicated for folks exiting the jail system in partnership with the sheriff and Eric and his team, and wrapping those services around so the moment that they leave jail, there's a place to welcome them. We still have to see the results of that, but we're trying to be a partner in breaking that cycle, and so really are trying to look for innovative ways to bring folks into our system versus sort of standing aside.
Thank you. I see the queue is growing. I think that's it for us. We're going to leave it with the 5 that are there. If you could keep your question short, pithy. No, it was a good question. Good question.
Hi, my name is Tack Allen. I'm the president of CRE Pathways, also the community outreach officer for Pivot Sacramento, which is one of the 26 AJCCs here in Sacramento, in the state of California. One thing that I just kind of wanted to note was that there's a huge gap between a lot of the services that are being offered and being able to tie people back to meaningful careers that come in at a livable wage. Even if we are able to tie them back to those careers, we have another issue with barrier stacking, right? So it's not enough to be unhoused and try to find housing. You also have your mental health, you also have your substance use, and then you have these issues when it comes down to whether or not the employer is gonna bank on these people. Sprinkle a little justice involvement for razzle dazzle, and you have the perfect storm of you can't get a job, right? So one question that I have specifically is about how the county, especially because these are dollars that kind of get earmarked every now and then, but they're very restrictive, is are we looking forward to at some point allowing us to access dollars that complete, like let's say supplemental wage placement for training purposes that allow us to make that one-to-one match between employers. But also, what are we doing with the industry of employers that are available who, let's say, ignore the Second Chance Act for our students or our client base that comes in that have a record or a past record, but they cannot get access to that particular job just on the strength of they did something 15 years ago?
It's a very good question. Any of the panelists willing to take on that particular question? That might have to do with a lot of our county heads, but anyone want to take that on? Tim, maybe you?
Sure, I'll take a little bit of this. You know, I think there's a lot happening right now. I mean, there's, you know, Department of Human Assistance, there's several departments, our Economic Development Department that are looking into this issue, and at the same time, like, just looking at what the CHIA Coalition is involved in, you know, there are rumblings about questions around, like, the role of AI. And we are looking at questions and thinking through, like, it isn't that, you know, AI is going to take the job. What is going to happen is people with AI skills are going to take those jobs, right? And so part of it is really thinking through what are the upskilling opportunities on a sector, in an area of work like that. I know, like, Youth Forward and a number of other partners are thinking through, like, EMT training.
Sir, I'm sorry to interrupt you. I'm so sorry. Could you speak louder for the interpreter? I'm actually deaf, and I'm relying on the interpreter who seems to be missing the conversation a little bit.
Tim, I think your mic
apologize.
is at your belly.
Okay.
Yeah, there we go.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right. Let me try that again. I think for the CHIA Coalition, one of the things we're constantly thinking of is what are the broader impacts of AI and some of these kind of newer technologies on our community. Thinking of how it's going to impact and potentially displace new jobs. And at the same time, I know there's other county partners like Economic Development and the Department of Human Assistance, I think also works with employers to think through some of these broader issues. I do think there's a significant issue, as Emily talked about, the rising issue of homelessness is very much tied to wages, people's ability to pay and stay in their homes. So I do think these are things that we constantly have to think through. And I think it's also it's on the county and other partners to really think more deeply about what are these transformational changes that are happening over the next few years, how are departments organizing and strategizing around these really, really difficult issues. I think part of it is that we're in Sacramento. It's become an incredibly attractive place to live. Across California, people are moving here, and I think it's constantly creating this tension between jobs, housing, health, and part of it is really thinking where are these spaces where we can think about these issues more deeply.
Thank you for your question. Let's have the next question.
Thank you. Good morning. My name is Norma Nelson. I live in District 1. My question is going to be somewhat of a follow-up to the first question, and it has to do with, for instance, using the Community Corrections Partnership as a resource in addressing some of the social issues that we've been hearing, for instance, the disparities in the homelessness. Yeah, I think I heard 30% of the homeless in Sacramento are Black. That same statistic could probably apply to Sacramento County Jail in terms of incarceration. So, and it's important to have people who are impacted by these social ills involved in the problem solving for those social ills. So for instance, the Community Sheriff Review Commission is supposed to have a representative who's formerly incarcerated on that commission. However, when you look at the advertisement to serve on that commission, it would not persuade or motivate anyone to apply for it because that particular type of person would not be deemed qualified to serve. So, and I'm not sure if that exists with the Community Corrections Partnership as well. So what I would like to see is that when we are looking for people to serve in the community and you have an ordinance like the Sheriff Review Commission ordinance that actually calls for more participation of people who are impacted, I'd like to see that the outreach be done to the communities that are supposed to so that we have people who are represented on those commissions to help solve the problems for the commissions that they are supposed to be serving in the community. And like the T-shirt says, racism is a public health crisis. So I'd just like to see something done about that, and how the Community Corrections Partnership, what are you doing to help solve some of these problems? Thank you.
Thank you.
Mark?
Yes, Eric.
Okay, thank you. And thank you for your question. And I wanted to touch on the first question quickly as well. Like, how is the county, the variety of departments, agencies, and offices working together for things that there's overlap? Criminal justice involved, homelessness, and Siobhan Katari is one of my peers who has Health and Human Services. I have criminal justice. There's so much overlap. We work daily. And also we discuss these items at the Criminal Justice Cabinet, where we have not just criminal justice partners, but also Health and Human Services and other departments. To the Community Corrections Advisory Board, there are a number of boards and commissions. That is one that was mentioned, as well as the Public Safety and Justice Advisory Committee, that do mandate at least some representation from formerly incarcerated or otherwise impacted by the criminal justice system. The Sheriff's Review Commission is a bit different, actually. Those are just straight appointees by the Board of Supervisors, so that one is a bit different. Thank you.
Thank you. I think we only have time for one more question. I apologize to those in the queue, but ma'am, would you please ask your question?
Mine's very quick. A little collaboration from everybody here. I thrive when I receive support. So a little bit about me. I'm Imelda Martinez.
Can we have a question? Can we have a question?
So I would like to partner up with Eric Jones. My organization works with families in the civil and family law, and we help them one-on-one peer support with forms or any self-help functions, extra functions that they need, and navigating through all these systems. So we do have homelessness families, we do have medical need, everything. I actually partnered up with CareForce over the weekend, and we did a lot of dental, medical, vision work. And so I would just like to direct it to everybody, community parent advocates. We would like to work with you guys and get more clientele and get these families the help they need. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Can I hear an applause for all of the people who had questions? Very thoughtful questions. And another applause to our powerful storytellers. Thank you very much.
You got a question for one more? Do you have time for one more, sir? I have a question.
No.
It is in regards to homelessness. So I'm the owner of property 4609 Parker in Oak Park. The neighborhood no longer looks like me due to regentrification. I've been living in the same home for 13 years, and I just found out by me trying to save my home due to COVID, I am 5 years behind on my property tax, but I just found out Sacramento County has me on a secret list to force me to leave my home as of October 31st. That is a secret agenda that unfortunately exists. So would Sacramento County have me be a product of the homeless environment within the county, seeing how I am a Black female with 2 children? Or where did this secret list come from, seeing how I'm trying to save my home? That's my question.
Thank you for the comment. Thank you.
Yeah, let's go. After you. Oh, this way.
Hey, excuse me. I just want to take a point of privilege and just say that there are very sensitive topics and people impacted by different things that are happening in the community. We may not have the answers here in this room today, but we're taking notes of these questions and some of these issues that you're facing, and we will get back with you. The young lady that just came to the mic, if you could just come and see me after this event, I want to talk to you more about that. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you so much to our panel and for our participants. The questions were fantastic, I appreciate that. As we prepare for lunch, I want to take a moment to acknowledge the energy and inspiration that this morning's speakers have brought. I've personally learned a lot. I do work with these people, or a lot of them, every day, but I don't get to see the ins and outs of all these programs that they work on and dedicate their time to. So even for us who are in the community, I suppose, this is enlightening and it's exciting. Go ahead, let's give them an applause. One more round of applause for all of the speakers this morning. Since Mr. Slaughter is hungry, I'm going to go ahead and get us ready for lunch here, but I wanted to take a moment just to recognize our sponsors. If you look on your tables, there are sponsors listed, and I want to give those a shout out, especially a very, very special thanks to the Wilton Rancheria and Sacramento Area Council of Governments for partnering with us to bring this to you. Now, I'm going to go ahead and adjourn you for lunch. Please be back in your seats at 1 o'clock, and we will get this party started again for the second half of the day. Thank you so much.
Well, welcome back, everyone. How was that lunch? Yes, welcome back. Can we get a little shout out for our interpreters doing a great job up here today? Yay! All right. This morning reminded us what's possible when purpose meets its mission. You helped us achieve that this morning, and we thank you. We also, once again, want to thank our sponsors who helped make all of this possible, our friends at Wilton Rancheria and SACOG. Thank you. We thank you for all the support you have provided to make this event possible today. We appreciate you. But that's not the end of it. This afternoon, we've got even more in store, so sit back and relax. This is going to be an incredible afternoon. Our keynote speaker will undoubtedly knock you on your feet. It is going to be game changer, and it's going to happen right here on this campus. So please stay tuned. We're also going to have a fabulous panel discussion and opportunities for everyone to engage and contribute. So sit back, get ready. It's about ready to start. But before we do, I want to invite an amazing group on this stage who are brilliant performers, and they're going to grace us with their stage to the stage. Please put your hands together for Nuevo Amanecer.
Hello, everyone. My name is Isabela Hernandez. I'm with Ballet Folclórico Nuevo Amanecer. It is such an honor to be able to perform in front of all of you today, especially with two of us being Sac State students here. Folclórico is a way for us to stay connected with our culture and keep traditions alive. And to have this space to be able to share our culture with you and celebrate it is something that means a lot to each and every one of us and every Latino, especially on the last day of Hispanic Heritage Month today. This group was founded by my mom in the early 2000s with dances that she learned growing up in Mexico. She started off with teaching dances from the state of Jalisco, which is the state that we will be performing for you all today. Each state in Mexico has its own unique dances, music, and attire. And as a teacher for Nuevo Amanecer, I spend a lot of my time researching the different states of Mexico to make sure that we are adequately representing the culture and making sure that we are respecting the traditions and culture that generations before us began. These traditions through dance is a big part of what keeps our culture alive, especially here in Sacramento, California, which is a city and a state that has a very large Hispanic population. Events and performances like this are some of the only times that some people get to relive those moments that honor their culture. And keeping these traditions alive here in the US is not just something that is about remembering where we came from, but making sure that these traditions stay alive for the generations to come. We're so excited for the opportunity to share a piece of our heritage with all of you today. I want to thank Sac State and Sacramento County for giving us the opportunity. And I also had the honor to choreograph one of the dances that we will be dancing for you today. And we hope you enjoyed as much as we enjoyed preparing it for all of you. Thank you.
done. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Give them a hand, another hand. Outstanding. Welcome back from lunch. Did you enjoy your lunch? Yeah. I hope so. Okay. So I just want to do a little quick roll call. You know, the room is kind of thinning out. I know people came to eat, but we'll have a new group coming in, a fresh group that comes in the afternoon. But I want to do a roll call. Do we have any other elected officials in the House today? We want to recognize our elected officials that are in the House. Any other elected officials? And I also want to recognize are there any faith leaders in the room? Any faith leaders? We want to honor you today. Thank you for being here. Also, do we have any community-based organizations in this room? Can we give our community-based organizations a hand? Can you give yourselves a hand? Thank you for being here. You made this event amazing. Do we have any business owners in this room? Come on, clock our business owners. Thank you for keeping the economic growth happening in this region. And then, do we have any students in this room? Come on, continual learners, life learners. Thank you for being here. Can you all help me appreciate the ASL interpreters in this room? Listen, come on now. We need more of them. If you have these skills, where can they find you? Find a job. We can connect people to jobs. It took us a while to find ASL interpreters. And that's the thing about diversity, equity, and inclusion. Can I just talk about it real quick? Give me just 1 minute. Diversity is what you see in this room, your neighbor, who you look to the right, to the left, behind you, sitting across from you. That's diversity. Inclusion is the invite that went out to everyone to be included in this program, and the voices that we included in this program. The equity happened when we said, if you're here and you have access to the event, we want to meet your needs specifically so that you can enjoy this event like everyone else. That's equity. If you couldn't really hear, if you had hearing impaired or deaf or hard of hearing, if you maybe had a dietary issue where you might not be able to enjoy some of the other cuisine that everyone else did, but we offered something for you to be able to eat too. If you needed to park close because you may have some mobility issues, there are other ways in which you can apply an equity lens. And so when we talk about diversity, equity, and inclusion, it is not a bad word. And I don't mind being called a DEI hire because I'm qualified for this job. I'm doing my DEI job. Thank you very much. Okay, I got that off my chest. Now we can move on with the program. Okay, all right, so thank you for an amazing afternoon headed into. I shared during the opening remarks that we planned this event with intentionality, and hosting this event here at Sac State is very special because Sac State holds deep significance in this community, serving as the cornerstone of education, public service, economic development, and cultural enrichment in one of the most diverse areas in Sacramento, in the state of California, actually. And so I'm encouraged by their leadership and support for underrepresented groups, but more importantly, how they cater to all, how they serve everyone. And in just a moment, you'll hear from two transformative leaders who are breaking barriers, building bridges, and standing on business. President Dr. Luke Wood and Dr. B.J. Snowden are our keynote speaker. They're going to bring a message for you. So the next voice you will hear is a powerful video message from Sac State President Dr. Luke Wood, and then immediately following Dr. Luke Wood will be our phenomenal keynote address from Dr. B.J. Snowden. And I want to just share a bit about him before I leave the stage. Dr. B.J. Snowden is a dedicated, equity-driven leader in higher education with more than 23 years of experience spanning instruction, student affairs, and institutional effectiveness. He currently serves as the Executive Director of the CSU Central Office for the Advancement of Black Student Success, where he leads the transformative statewide efforts to institutionalize equity-minded policies, advance system-wide strategic goals, and certify Black-serving institutions across California. I do believe, number one, this is a certified Black-serving institution, but it is also recently a Native American serving institution as well. Also a Hispanic serving institution as well. So you see what's happening here? You see how the equity is happening? And then also Dr. Snowden's impact has been recognized with numerous honors, including being named one of Sacramento's Black Changemakers by Sacramento Bee in 2023 and receiving the Community College Outstanding Leadership Award from Sacramento State. He holds a doctorate in international and multicultural education with an emphasis in racial justice from the University of San Francisco, a master's in educational technology from Pepperdine University, and a bachelor's in radio, TV, film production from San Jose State University. So Dr. Snowden is a learned man, and beyond his professional life, Dr. Snowden's greatest joy comes from his role as husband to Michelle and father to their daughter, August. His unwavering dedication to family and community continues to guide his purpose-driven work across California and beyond. So without further ado, we're going to hear from Dr. Luke Wood, president of Sacramento State University, and then you will hear, the next voice you will hear is our change maker, Dr. B.J. Snowden. Thank you very much.
Hello, I'm Luke Wood, and I had the pleasure of serving as the president of Sacramento State. It's my honor to welcome you to the 2025 Thrive Summit. All are welcome. This summit is an excellent opportunity for people from all parts of our great county to come together and to learn from one another, to be inspired by each other, to make meaningful connections, and to do the hard work of breaking down barriers and, more importantly, building bridges. At Sacramento State, we are proud of our track record and of our plans for the future regarding this good work. At a time when even the notion of justice, equity, diversity, and inclusion is under attack, we are not backing down. We are leaning in. There are far too many places across the nation where a commitment to diversity and inclusion principles is evident only on a brochure or on a website. The lived experiences in these places don't match the promotional promises. But at Sacramento State, we are not only saying that we are committed to diversity, and not only do we embrace the values of equity and inclusion, but we are dedicated to implementing meaningful measures to ensure that we are living this out in everything that we do. The opening of our Native American College and the continued growth of our Black Honors College, both the first of their kind in the nation, are clear examples of innovative solutions designed to help our students succeed and to meet students where they are by embracing their identities as assets and strengths. And as we all know, when our students succeed, the entire region thrives. Personally, I thrive when our students are thriving. I thrive when I know that the most vulnerable among us have been centered and encouraged to learn and grow in a well-resourced manner. In other words, I thrive when I know that our collective efforts to uplift and empower are working. And I am so grateful that I have had amazing partners that have joined me in building an equitable and inclusive future for our region. You're about to hear from one of those partners right now, someone who I went to school with here at Sacramento State, someone who has for their entire life and career been committed to uplifting minoritized students, someone who is the epitome of representing the values of justice, equity, diversity, and inclusion, and to centering the voices of those who have been left unheard. He spends his entire career elevating and amplifying, and we are so fortunate to have him in the Sacramento region. Please do me a favor, even though I'm not there in person, but but welcome him to the floor like the rock star that he is with a wonderful round of applause. Please join me in welcoming the Executive Director for the California State University Central Office for the Advancement of Black Student Success, the one and only, the great Dr. B.J. Snowden.
If you can ever avoid it, do not speak after President Luke Wood. The man is a wonderful human being and a tremendous leader for this region. So good afternoon. I think I'm gonna try that one more time. So I exist in a space where call and response is just a cultural norm. So when I reach out to you and I say, good afternoon, I wanna hear that energy come back. So one more time, good afternoon. Oh, there we go. I like to start opportunities to be in community with large groups like this with words that have inspired me throughout my career and throughout my academic studies. These words come from a scholar and author, Bell Hooks. The moment we choose to love, we begin to move forward freedom, to act in ways that liberate, and to support the lives of others. And when I think about the words, I love the way that this quote starts with love, because I love being Black. I'm just gonna let that sit in the room too. In addition to that, I love my community. And I had the privilege of growing up in a community where Black was not a rarity. I grew up in a community where my neighbors came from all different ethnic identities, some of mixed race, some of different ability. And we, or I should say I, grew up in a place where I felt seen, I felt appreciated, and I got to try a little bit of everything from my neighbors' kitchens. I got those fried bananas and that lumpia from my Filipino family. I tried sushi for the first time with my Japanese family, and I won't even go into details about the levels of Mexican food that I had and that I still to this day enjoy preparing. But part of that is that community is very important. Community centers us. And when we are in a place in the world where we have to leave community and venture out on our own, sometimes we have to make our own. So in this talk today, I want to talk about being rooted in love. I want to talk about the kind of big action that is needed to continue to support this region and to continue to create an environment where everyone can thrive. And not only because the opportunity is there, because they have the right to thrive. They have the right to be happy. They have the right to be productive. And we, as a community, have an opportunity to help people achieve that. So this summit represents more than just a gathering of professionals. I like to call us a community of purpose. We are here with similar interests and similar commitments to the work of equity. And as we think about what's next, as we think about the information that we gather today and the thought partners that we will engage with and the inspirations that we will leave here with, I do not want you to think that this is a culmination of everyone who should be in the space. I want you to think about who is not in this room. I want you to think about who is not on this live stream. I want you to think of the voices that continually need to be supported in getting access to the spaces like this, so that their stories and their history can be continually shared and learned from. I mean, we are in a space of higher education, are we not? Again, call and response. I said we are at Sacramento State University, are we not? You're gonna learn today. I need some I need this energy back. So, we're talking about breaking barriers and building bridges. And we're meeting at a time where equity work is more important and more necessary, but also more contested than it has ever been in our history. There are colleges and universities across this country that are changing the names of positions. There are colleges and universities that are eliminating roles and positions that were created not only because of a need, but because of a commitment at the time to making sure that equitable access was something that all students had. While the students still deserve this, we are in a position where current political climates have challenged our ability to do this. And it is not that we think we are alone in this work. We recognize that these pressures are also shared by our community-based partners, our business owners, our state, city, and county offices. We recognize that this time in history is not something that we can weather individually. So now is a time that is more important than ever for us to consider the partnerships and communities that we build. I'm reminded early in my career where I was a professor and I thought that my classroom was just a sanctuary and safe haven. Whatever was going on outside of my classroom, my students could come and they could be in my space and we would get through the curriculum together and they could go back in the world completely protected and armed to do battle with whatever came before them. That was a part of my career where I was really naive to the real struggles of what students were coming into our rooms with. There was a student who I'll just say Jake, that was in my freshman seminar class. Freshman seminar is a class that we designed to help students navigate the college landscape. If they didn't have a college-going culture at home, they were able to come to this class and learn what it meant to become a college student. Well, Jacob, young, African-American, straight out of high school, solid grades, but really didn't have direction, came to the classroom and absolutely thrived. He was energetic, asked questions, was very instrumental in challenging me in an academic way, in a professional way, to get me to see the world through the lens of someone who had an experience like he had, someone who had grown up in a single-parent household, someone who had and was taking care of multiple siblings and who had struggles that socioeconomically put him in a lower percentile. After the semester with Jacob, I would see him on campus and we would hang out at lunch sometimes and he would come to my office hours and we would continue to chat. 2 semesters went by and I expected to see Jacob right back at the campus on the first day of school for the fall, and he wasn't there. Now, over the summer, I had a life. I assume my students have a life. We continued to stay separate, but when I came back to school, I was like, where's Jake? I'd found out from a friend that he had been arrested over the summer, trying to earn some extra money. Let's just say he got into pharmaceutical distribution and happened to have a pew-pew on his body when he was picked up by local law enforcement. Jacob and I had talked about the streets, and we had recognized that life wasn't for him. He didn't need to go that route. But somewhere in between the safety of the community he had established at the college and going back home, essentially for a summer, he had found his way into some deep trouble. I ended up writing a letter on behalf of this individual to the judge, and he ended up serving some time. And while we stayed connected through letters, I really wondered if he would ever come back. And as I think about his story, a year goes by, 2 years go by, 3 years go by, and I get a knock on my office door, and it's Jake. And he said, I'm back. I want to continue on the journey, but I can't do it by myself. And when that young man said that I can't do it by myself, I recognized that he was seeking that community once again. That community that allowed him to thrive, that community that allowed him to see an alternative perspective to his future, and that community that had connections that would allow him to do more than what his neighborhood thought that was capable. I worked with Jake for about a year to get him back on track and back into school, and we ended up finding a program in real estate that was a lot friendlier to those that had criminal history. He eventually, a couple years went by, graduated with a certificate in real estate, went on to get certified, and now is thriving, has his own business, has a family, has really created his own space and community. And I bring up this story because as I start thinking about the role of higher education and the role of community, again, I go to this idea and this notion that we cannot do this work by itself. Higher education has a long claim to be the great equalizer. But the truth is, equal and equality is not equity. This is one of those moments again. I said it. Equality is not equity. We cannot continue to think about, well, if everyone has the same, then everything is going to be all right. That is not where we're coming from. That is not what we do. So what do we do? We have to anchor ourselves as institutions of higher education in the community. We have to anchor ourselves with community-based partners as anchors in this community. We have to break, not just explore, not just study, not just theorize about, but we must break the systemic barriers that are currently existing for all of our students, especially those of minoritized and historically underrepresented populations have in this society. We must be a safe haven and a space where those ideas and that courage to be a barrier breaker can not only be encouraged, but to have them imagine themselves in a better and better place. Every year we must get started with this, but just like Jake and just like how I learned as a young professor, we cannot do this work alone. We need the support of individuals like yourselves, we need the support of agencies, and we need the support of community-based organizations and individuals to stay on track. So let's talk about racial equity in particular. The community-based organizations are the first responders to equity concerns in our communities. For those of you who are representing community-based organizations, can you raise your hand? Can we give these individuals a round of applause because as the first responders, as first responders, it is critical that you are present in the work that we are doing. At Sacramento State, we are looking at redesigning the entire house. What I mean by that is when we talk about breaking barriers, we recognize that the barriers were so deep and so entrenched, we had to do some serious renovating. President Wood mentioned something called the Black Honors College. The Black Honors College launched in 2024 and is redefining academic excellence for Black and African American students, not only in Sacramento, but we're drawing attention from across the nation. Let's just give some love to that idea of drawing in students from across the nation. And the best part about it is the Black Honors College is for everyone. And what I mean by that is that it's centered in Black life, culture, and scholarship. The centering of these principles allows the Black Honors College to support individuals as they come with an interest and a curiosity about Black culture. But centering in the equity work, centering in the culture work, allows students to achieve more and dream bigger than they would if they were just falling through regular curriculum. This is a bold challenge and a bold initiative by the university, and it's going to continue to be replicated across different affinity groups. Our Full Circle project connects our Asian Pacific Islander and students and mentors and communities to one another here at the university. The Full Circle project is not only award-winning, but really, truly has become a cultural hub for our Asian Pacific Islander and Native Hawaiian community here on campus. In addition to a Dreamer Resource Center, We heard earlier about the Native American College that was opened by President Wood and the faculty and staff at this university. Again, a major triumph and a national icon and beacon to draw in our Native American students to not only learn about culture, but to excel academically and socially at the university level. Through these equity programs and the redesign efforts, Sac State, again, was recognizing it was going to take more than just thinking about equity and thinking about change. True, decisive, and deliberate action had to be taken. Sometimes we had to go back to the complete drawing board and reimagine what classes or degree programs or pathways look like. We had to reimagine who our current partners were, and we had to think very, very deeply about what it means to be a well-rounded and educated person in our society and what that means for us as a community. It is extremely important that we find some key words here: trust and elevation. If we cannot trust our community to provide that support, it is going to be impossible for us to elevate. And if you cannot trust this university to be your partner in this work, you will not be able to elevate. So in order for us to do this work together, it is imperative that we continue to work together to thrive and to grow. Speaking about thrive, right? This framework was an inspiration to this speech. This framework has been an inspiration to the community. I think that in transparency and trust building, we have, as a university, really set the standard and set the mark for the state. We are not only deeply committed by resources and by curriculum and by position to the Sacramento region, we appreciate the opportunity to lead. We want to hear from all perspectives and value those voices in our decision making. We value that expression of speech, and we use that information to keep growing and developing new pathways. The respect that we have for our community and the valid lived experiences of those who did not come from backgrounds like ours is something that we cherish and will continue to move forward with. We are innovating equity at every corner of this university. You might have seen some of the highlights of how we are innovating general manager positions with our sports program. You might have seen the innovation and the change in the housing and the commitment to making this an anchor university. You may have seen, or you've definitely heard, about the changes that we're making in curriculum and the ability to recruit and retain talent at this institution, talent that will hopefully stay locally and be a part of this region. We are valuing diversity and inclusion. We are not running from it. We are not changing our values, and we are not going to stop the efforts we have in elevating everyone's position at this institution and calling it what it is: diversity, equity, inclusion. Okay? I think most importantly, we are set and positioned to empower our partners and our, well, I like to say accomplices in this work. Because some of it feels like now we're meeting with secret code and doing the secret knock when we go in the room and giving the special hand signs and doing the special handshake to make sure you all right, because I'm all right, you all right, we good. Let's have this conversation. And while it's sad that we feel like we must do that now, at least we can center on the work must continue, and that the work is that important to our community and to the way that we grow. But here today, we're not talking theory. Here today, we're talking about the awareness that accountability has to be at the forefront. If we are serious about equity, we must be willing to measure what matters. We must rethink the way we hire, the way we fund, the way we assess systems, Every single practice that runs your organizations needs to have equity goals and equity at the center of that work. If you did not hear me, let me repeat myself. Every single element of the work that we do in our organizations needs to have equity at the center of it. Okay. I know it's right after lunch, but I'm going to take my time with this part. President Wood, in his leadership, set some bold goals, particularly for the growth of our campus. Sac State is one of the few CSUs that's actually thriving and growing in enrollment. Sacramento State had a that's worth an applause right there, because more people are coming in. But part of President Wood's bold vision was him wanting to see a community reflective of the one he wished he had had when he was a student here. And part of that is increasing the number of black students who attend Sac State. Now, you might think that that is an interesting goal, but let me tell you where it's rooted from. We recognize that it's very hard to believe it if you don't see it. It is very hard to find community if you don't see community. It is very hard for you to thrive when you feel that you are constantly being assessed or judged or misread or stereotyped or unable to be your most authentic self. So go ahead for that one, right? And just like barriers are built by design, and do not believe that they are not, the deconstruction of those barriers must also be by design. President Wood has led a number of initiatives and decisions and marketing campaigns and hirings where I can say that in his 3 years, we have nearly doubled the amount of black students that we have at this university. And with doubling that number, we become the largest university with the university with the largest black student population in the state of California. So can you give a round of applause for that? So if you're thinking about where should your black students go? Oh, it's Sacramento State University. Tell your cousins, tell your neighbors, tell your aunties. But I want to say that black students are just the beginning. What President Wood is building here is an environment where, because equity is at its center, those from minoritized populations will be able to come here and find that community. Because of decisions made by the administration and because of commitments made in planning, this university is positioning itself to be the national leader for students to come find not only their community, but to find themselves and to be successful academically and professionally. And that is what universities are supposed to do. So let me bring this to a close and just say that it is important for us, if we've been weathered by this storm, in this moment to renew our commitment. While equity may not be the most popular word right now, it is by far one of the most important. And what I mean by that is that this idea that sometimes we're going to have to do things a little bit differently and we're going to have to prioritize those who may have never been prioritized in the past. This is the time to never forget that commitment or that promise. Sacramento State is proud to be an anchor in this community on this journey. Sacramento State is proud to be breaking barriers and to be building bridges with you and with this community. Sacramento State, if you can just hold on to this idea, will be the #1 public university in this state and will, come on now, and will be a place where this region can say that we are not only excited, but we are proud. We are proud to be a part of the community that Sacramento State serves. And with that, my last call to action will be that, in the words of Kendrick Lamar, if I can make it, you can make it, but we can make it even better. Thank you all for your time. I appreciate it. Have a fantastic rest of the summit. Thank you.
All right, let's keep it going for Dr. Snowden. All right, please make your way back to your seats.
Hi, I'm Ethan Monsayak, and I am the Sacramento County Office of DEI intern, and I thrive when the opinions of the youth are valued and respected in racial equity work. I think that young people really are the future of change, and I think that for a lot of folks, it's easy to overlook and question what the youth have to say, but when we put the youth's opinions at equal level to those with lots of experience, then we are truly able to innovate and push for change.
All right, welcome back. Okay, we've heard some powerful stories today, and some bold ideas. Now it's time to delve a little deeper into our own thoughts, questions, and reflections. There's a few reminders before we bring up our moderator. For one, I wanted to remind everybody that there is a special election coming up, in case you forgot. Please make sure you're registered to vote. You can check your status online. Keep showing up. We have to keep showing up. Not just in rooms like this, we have to show up at the ballot box, because equity doesn't just live in ideas, it lives in action. Oh, I need more than that. Come on now. I want to encourage everybody here that when you leave, you continue to explore new ways to sustain and expand this work. What does thriving look like in your community? What barriers still need to be addressed? Every voice matters in shaping the path forward. Now I would like to introduce our moderator for the panel discussion, Jesse Villalobos from Race Forward. Jesse is the Senior Director of Race Forward's place-based strategies, supporting the convergence and partnership of communities of color and government to produce collaboration, governing power that is strong enough to deliver on the promise of multiracial and just democracy. Informed and inspired by movements for social change, Jesse has worked for racial justice in partnership with numerous grassroots groups, community-based organizations, and government institutions. His former roles include leading regional policy and programmatic efforts at the National Conference for Community and Justice, and heading the university racial equity and social justice initiatives. A seasoned movement educator, Jesse has provided strategic support to organizers, artists, policymakers, youth, educators, and media leadership working to advance transformative social change. Jesse holds a BA in social work and an MA in media studies and communication. Let's welcome Jesse Villalobos to the stage.
Thanks. Sorry for the long bio. That's all right. Hey. Welcome the panelists, y'all. Before we get into the introductions of folks and jump into the conversation, I thought it might be useful to ground us in just the purpose and reiterate really why we're here. And I don't need to remind you all of what's happening outside of these doors, both in this community, in this county, but across the country. Our people are being targeted. Our people are being actively targeted in ways that maybe most of us haven't seen in our lifetimes. Much of the work and the tireless efforts, much of them lifelong efforts for our parents, our grandparents who came before us, who believed in justice, right? Who built kind of these structures so that we could be here today having these conversations to be sure that our communities are served, are represented, and have power in the decisions that impact their lives. And much of that work for racial justice is being dismantled right before our eyes. So generations of efforts and people put their lives on the line, right? And so I think we need to remember that context as we begin this conversation. I'm really looking forward as we close this portion of the panel to hear from you all in terms of the questions you have for the panelists. I think this is a time for us to be in more constant communication and dialogue with one another and really blur those lines of power that often exist between government and our residents who are most impacted. If this is not the time, I don't know when will be. And I would say, I don't know that we have a whole lot of spaces of hope in terms of where we could go in this moment. But I will say one thing that I'm hopeful about is some of the efforts I have seen, particularly at the local level, where folks are actively building power to not just engage government or to be engaged by government, but to hold power with government and to co-govern, to be in the room, to weigh in on the decisions that determine how long we live, whether we live, how we live, right? And so there is hope, and in particular, there is hope in Sacramento. I will say that. I've had the honor to work in your community for about 6 years now, pretty actively, supporting some of the efforts for that at the city level between residents and government. And have seen some really positive developments that I think we can build upon, not only in Sacramento, but across the country. And so with that said, I wanted to offer a little framing of community partnership. We've talked a lot about that in the context of the Thrive Summit, but I want to give you a little more kind of grounding in that before we jump into the questions. So community partnerships for racial equity aim to effectively address racial inequities through processes that center resident-driven solutions, government transparency and accountability to deliver on real impacts that people feel in their lives, right? This type of practice calls for reimagining existing structures. So maybe what we've been doing and what we have done isn't good enough anymore. Maybe we need to reimagine the very structures by which we govern to ensure that power sharing exists between government and communities most impacted. Community partnerships for racial equity call for recognition of past and present government-generated harm and the gaps in power experienced among communities of color in particular. Such partnerships necessitate a well-organized, willing, powerful, effective, resourced, representative, accountable, and multiracial democratic structure. Community partnerships demand commitments from government to invest in power building among communities, a sharing of power between communities and government, and collaboration between community and government, from ideation stages, implementation, evaluation of programs, procedures, and policy efforts. So that's what we're talking about when we say community partnership. It's not just sharing space in the Thrive Summit. It's actually about working together to create tangible solutions where communities who have experienced the problems most acutely actually have a real voice and real respect for the solutions that they can offer. So with that, I want to bring the panelists in. And the first question is thinking about roles. So if we're trying to work in partnership together between government and our communities, we have different roles that we're playing in that space. We've had different roles historically that we've played in that space. And so I really want to offer this first question to all of the panelists, because I know, you all are working in various kind of roles as elected officials, as administrators, as leadership within community-based organizations, as community organizers. And so I want to ask, as the county moves to develop these deeper commitments around community partnerships, what would you say are the most notable differences in the roles played by government versus roles played by community members in these efforts for racial equity? To what degree are these roles or assumptions about roles? Because sometimes, we have assumptions about roles people should play, right? Yeah. And limitations about people's role and power. So both the roles, but also the assumptions. Are they helpful? What, if not, what challenges might those pose between developing those solutions in collaboration? So can I start with you, Nia?
Yeah,
Great.
of course. Should I introduce myself?
Please,
to the
say a little
crowd?
more about yourself and your work.
All right, awesome. I'm going to turn my fan on, y'all, and I'm going to do it right now because these
lights
are
are
bright,
bright.
so forgive me. Hi, my name is Nia Moore-Weathers. My pronouns are she, her, hers, and I'm proudly representing Sacramento today as a Sacramento native, born and raised here. I'm also a member of the Sacramento Racial Equity Alliance, and I'm very proud to represent them today. Sacramento Racial Equity Alliance members, where are you in the room? Can you stand up really quick, please? Give a little bit of a stand.
Yeah, there you
I
go.
am not the only person who's a part of that alliance, so I just want to call out my members who are in the room. I am 31 years old. I still consider myself to be a young person, and I do identify that because I do think being a youth organizer, particularly right now in this climate we happen to be in, is very impactful. And going back to your question, Jesse, when we are talking about the roles that community and government plays in the spaces of policy implementation, particularly when it relates to equity, and some of the assumptions, right? I think the first thing that I think about, and this is obviously my perspective, right, because I come from that community background, I think that there's a lot of compassion and there's a lot of care in those spaces. I think sometimes the assumption around community work and folks who work in community-based organizations is it's like this bleeding heart thing, and I want to improve, and that is not false, right? Maybe that's partly true. We are attracted to that work because we want to help and we want to serve. But a lot of the time, for people who are working in community, doing community-based work and doing community-based organizing is literally a lifeline. You have to organize in order to live your life, in order to thrive, right? So I think sometimes the assumption that comes from the side of the government when they see a large community collective walk into the room at a public meeting, at city council, at board of supervisors, it's like, oh my God, this is gonna take forever. This is gonna, mess up my agenda. They're gonna be really, really mad about all this stuff. What you have to keep in mind is they are all there in that room because they are going through real life things, right? So I think that's one thing that always comes to mind and coming from that community perspective. I also think that sometimes on the opposite end of that coin, there is an assumption from community that things are easier than they appear for our city workers and for our county workers. There are systems, right, that unfortunately, because of the way and the structure of our policy, because of the structure of our government that have come decades and decades and decades before us, there is a system of operations that needs to be followed. As a community-based organizer, I am not always familiar with what that system of operations is. And so I think those would be two things that I would highlight for you. And I'll hand it off.
Thank you. Hi, everyone. My name is Danielle Lawrence, and I'm the Executive Director of Mutual Assistance Network located in Del Paso Heights. We are serving northern Sacramento, Arden Arcade, and Del Paso Heights as well. So I was born and raised here in Sacramento. I received 2 prestigious degrees from this institution, both in social work. I've born and raised working, the passions that I have are based on my lived experiences that have placed me right where I am today. And you see that in my work. I stand as one of the sole female leaders of a nonprofit here in Sacramento. It's a nonprofit that is public serving, that has large programs, Birth and Beyond, Black Child Legacy being some of them, Black Infant Health, county funded up the wazoo, depending on your department. So I definitely have a lot of interconnection to the county and county workers. So when we think about the role of government and the role of community, I've seen it play out in various ways over the years. Definitely just understanding that the role of government, it acts as funder, it acts as sometimes overseer. It's definitely more rooted in having the power, building the policies, developing the laws that impact community. As community members, we have the lived experience, we have the trust amongst each other, we have the partnerships, and we have the cultural and generational wisdom and impacts that that weigh us down or that we have to walk through every single day. I work down the street from where I lived as a child. In the 80s. I'm not going to tell you my age because it's not y'all business. And I grew up in that crack epidemic in Del Paso Heights, right? So I take all of that experience and I bring it to my partnerships with government. I understand where government sits. Nia is absolutely right. Oftentimes they're bogged down by the system in which they work. I understand the system can't change itself, but the role of the staff within government, the role of leadership within government is to listen, is to try your best to understand, is to not live and reside in the world of status quo. And so I think just understanding that community does have value, that trust has to be built, that there is a conversation to be had, and that collectively we aim for the same goal of the success of the residents of Sacramento County. And so if that's the truth and if that is right, then we work together to remove barriers of access to the resources that come through the government. And I can safely say I've seen positives and I've seen negatives. I've been impacted as a nonprofit leader negatively and then positively, but it does start with those leaders that strive to see the truth, that strive to understand, and that strive to lead with everyone in mind, and that are willing and understand that we can't live in status quo.
Thank you.
Well, thank you.
Councilmember Garrett.
Well, thank you. First of all, it's great to be back here. And already when I walked in, it was great to see some old friends, some old classmates here and at Sac State. And an interesting history is I remember I was a janitor in this building, cleaning this place and the vacuuming this room at that time. And it makes me think about, what is the role of government in different institutions? And it is to help address the needs and uplift those individuals to achieve what they need to do. The fundamental role of government is address the public needs. What the challenge comes in that is that particularly the larger the government gets, it becomes, one, the pressure of being efficient with its dollars. And so it tries to, address everything at the lowest common denominator. And generally what happens in those scenarios is that those with the least resources, the ones that may not be able to adapt or don't fit in with the box of a solution, are the ones that are left out. I think the assumption is that government can't change and respond to those issues. And sometimes, particularly when the larger the entity is, whether it's a city or a county or an educational institution, is that the bureaucracy gets large enough where those inputs become much more difficult to move. What I hope that community members remember is that at the very root of it all, our governance is directed by elected members of their community. Yeah. And this is where the engagement is important. And at the local level is probably the most important. And I think I saw our supervisor here from the city of Folsom representing the county's east end here, Supervisor Rodriguez here. So let's give her a big round of applause for being here. I think the assumptions goes both ways, and I began my start before a council member as a community organizer, advocating for deficiencies in our community, and noticing the stark differences between one community that had resources and another that didn't, and being able to use that community effort to identify those and help government in its role to be good stewards of the public tax dollars, because I think for those who are in the lower income margins and are giving their tax dollars to the government, it matters more to them that their tax dollars are affected and used wisely, but also that they're used appropriately. And so I think the assumptions is that we do value those key pieces, but that there is room for change. I think the important thing is the inputs and how we use and what mechanisms we use to drive input in those systems. I remember my first experience when I was appointed as a volunteer county planning commissioner. And the people who would come to a county planning commission truly cared about their issues and how it affected them. And so I think remembering that we have different avenues of inputting. But the formal systems that we've always had sometimes aren't the ones that also get the right information with those in need. So rethinking about how inputs come in, and for government particularly, whether you're at the local, city, county, or state level, I'm not even going to talk about the federal government right now, but it's another series, but at the level is rethinking, do we have the appropriate inputs to make the right decision? And yes, we have the traditional hearing bodies that we have, the boards, the councils, and the commissions. Those are appropriate as input bodies that we're used to, but we need to reach beyond that to make sure that we're getting the right information. And I do believe that when community and government both, because the government is of the people, have the information, then they collectively can make and address those issues where communities outside the box are being disenfranchised and affected.
Right, thank you. The next question is really about this question of sharing power. And y'all been in a space, and I know all of you have probably, where there's tension between residents and government. And oftentimes, government's able to hide behind power, right? And I don't mean that in a pejorative way, but it's an outcome of the way that we've structured many of these spaces. But thinking about this question of sharing power and what it should look like or what it could look like, let's think about the risks, but also the rewards of that. The Work for Racial Equity calls upon government to analyze policy, programs, procedures, but it also must include a reshaping or transformation of the culture of government to one that centers on the ability of the people it governs to participate fully in the decisions that dictate their lives. In your experience, and I'm going to direct this first question to Nia, what are the risks and rewards of efforts for shared decision-making power among government and communities? What does it look like when government shares power with community in a meaningful way? Beyond kind of a public notice, right, or a survey,
right?
But like in a meaningful way. So what does that look like? And what could be possible in terms of building confidence of people at the local level in democracy to where they want to actually believe in it, get behind it, have government's back, and government wants to have their back. So what's the opportunity, what's the risk around sharing power?
Got you. Okay. Is my mic, are we good with the mic this time? Okay, cool. I hope you all can hear me. Thank you for the question, Jesse. That's a complex question. Usually when I'm met with a complex question, I try and start with a little bit of a story. So I'm going to take you all on a brief journey, and I hope that you are amenable to that. I'm going to take us back to 2019, 2020 here in the city of Sacramento. March 2020, we all remember what happened. We were on the precipice of a very, very large global pandemic that we were seeing, and it was impacting a lot of our historically oppressed and marginalized communities in a much more deep way than we were seeing in maybe perhaps some more traditional spaces. And one of the things that came about in the summer of 2020, and those of you who are community organizers or community-based in the room may remember this, but our previous mayor, Darrell Steinberg, pushed for something that was known as Measure A at the time. And Measure A was an acknowledgement of all of the difficulty that was presenting itself to our city at that time. But one of the things that was upsetting as a community member was to see Measure A used as a power grab by our mayor underneath the guise of a racial equity resolution that really had no strength, no power, no teeth, no oversight, or really any kind of accountability, right? There was no real plan.
Hey, could I just a little context?
Yes, please.
So the measure was essentially, and help me out, Councilmember Garrett.
Yes.
Was about a strong mayor form of government versus the current kind of city manager, right, focused government. But along in that was kind of a declaration around racial equity.
Yes.
So they were coupled in one measure.
Yes, thank you for clarifying that. And so that was tough for community at the time, right? We're seeing all of these deep impacts occur, and we're hoping that our city executive leadership is going to kind of lead us through that. But we see it, we saw it really as just kind of placating. It felt performative, right? And so late 2020, early 2021, this is when the origins of the Sacramento Racial Equity Alliance begin, right? You begin to see Black leadership organizations coalescing around January of 2021 to discuss, you know, we're really upset with the way that the city's been trying to build partnership with community-based organizations that they know they are going to need the help from in order to push out all of these resources that our communities and that our neighborhoods were needing at the time, right? So when going back to the question, risks and rewards, what are the risks and rewards around that? One of the risks that factored into that particular process, and this was a city risk, right? The city had to reach out to us, a group of angry. I'm gonna keep it real. We were angry at the time. I remember having a conversation with former city staff, Kelly Rivas. She had contacted me and she's like, hey, haven't really heard from you guys. You haven't been at the meetings. Like, what's going on? And we're like, we don't want to be there. We don't feel heard. The meetings aren't convenient. Our community members can't make it on time. You're hosting them at 6, and what's the point of even coming if there's no real kind of like feedback? We're not developing like a positive working relationship, right? So that's a risk, right? You're dealing with like that trust and that uncomfortability. One of the things that you have to understand when you are working with historically marginalized community, particularly in this nation, is they've never been seen. They haven't been given a seat at the table, right? So when you're going to ask the person who you've never invited to the party why they didn't come to the party, then yeah, there's gonna be a disconnect there, right? So I think that's one of the risks. I think another risk, particularly again, thinking about Sacramento City and thinking about the function of government, and also for our community-based organizations and organizers who are working on equity policy in the city, it's a use of funding, it's a use of resources, and it's a use of time. If you are somebody who is doing political advocacy in the city right now, if you are doing direct services with young people, you know how stretched capacity is. If you are working at a nonprofit, right, you are having to spend a good 40% of your time seeking funding to ensure that you can continue to pay the salaries of all of the individuals who work for you. So when you are pursuing equity policy and you're not receiving that same investment of time coming from your city, or alternatively, you're a city staff who has a budget deficit, right? And you have to figure out how are we going to move resources around so we can invest in this process. That's another risk. You have to think about that. One of the things that we're currently dealing with, and this is just a real problem within the framework of the Racial Equity Alliance, is capacity and time. This work is so incredibly complex that sometimes we don't have enough people present in the space to be able to have like that full depth of conversation that we need. And again, we don't have enough people in the space, not because we don't have them. We have this amazing alliance, but all of us alliance members are employed. We have jobs, right?
Families.
And families.
Responsibilities.
Yes, parents to take care of, right? All of these intergenerational spaces that we take part in, cross-sector spaces that we take part in. So that's a risk, right? But the rewards, what comes on the other side of it, right? So going back to 2021 and thinking about that place of tension that the Sacramento Racial Equity Alliance found itself in with the city, how do you move past that? You build a truth and trust building process, right? We brought in Race Forward. They've been absolutely incredible in kind of acting as a quote unquote middleman between the Sacramento Racial Equity Alliance and the city of Sacramento to kind of build this congruent positive working space. And in the summer of 2023, after we spent about a year talking, organizing, thinking about how we wanted to start this space, we actually invited our city representatives into the space now, right? So we brought our city manager at the time, Howard Chan. We had city council member Mai Vang in the room. We had Eric Guerra in the room. We had individuals from the Office of Diversity and Equity, Ami Barnes, right, in the room. And we had a real conversation. We talked about what community's upset about. One, we live in one of the most diverse cities in the whole entire nation, and we don't see that diversity represented at seats at the table. The individuals who get partnerships with the city are always the same individuals, and they always serve the same target populations. We're not divesting our resources equitably, right? Or we could even talk about the way that the city chooses to budget, right? Last budget cycle, we saw a good chunk of that budget go to our Sacramento Police Department. Was that what community wanted at the time? Is that what we had asked for? Not exactly, right? So we have to think about, we had to talk about all of those things, and it was extremely difficult. Some of the individuals in the room were highly receptive. Some of the individuals were not, and that continues to this day. But the reward behind that is that we are now operating in an area of honesty and accountability and truth. And I really want to emphasize that because I forget who it was earlier during this summit. They said there's a difference between equity and equality. There truly is. True equity is when you shift power to the people who have been most impacted. Period. That's where it ends, right? So part of the reward that came out of that truth-telling process was we began to shift that power. And we began to sit with that tension and sit with that uncomfortability. It's very important to do that because the origins of this nation are often glossed over in the framework of equity conversations, and we really need to center that and bring it to the forefront. Another reward that came out of that process was seeking the actual true Sacramento Racial Equity Resolution, which we were able to pass in October last year in 2024. And again, that was done through the effort of building a co-governance space with our city, right? After we go through that truth-telling and trust-building process in the summer of 2023, we moved to create what is now called the TRIO space. What is the TRIO space? It's the Sacramento Racial Equity Alliance, right? A bunch of advocates, a bunch of community members, folks with lived experience. It's the Office of Diversity and Equity at the city level. And then it's also representatives of our city executive leadership, our council members, right? So inside of this TRIO space, we begin to draft the SCORE work plan, right? What we're actually going to use as a policy implementation documentation for our city. That's incredible. The resolution is fantastic, and I'm very, very excited about it because up until this point, we did not have any kind of formalized documentation within our Sacramento Charter that acknowledges, number one, what true equity is and what that actually means, how we're gonna positively impact community with said resolution, and what that continued impact should look like moving down the road. How do we ensure that we remain successful, and what are the metrics for success? One of the things that we utilized throughout that process, and something that we again utilized later on in our community listening session process that we would move to, was the SEED tool. And I want to highlight the SEED tool because our folks from the Office of Diversity and Equity are in the room right now. SEED tool is fairly new, right, for the city of Sacramento, and if all of you are interested, I highly suggest you look it up. But it's this fantastic little GIS tool that we can use to see where are all of the different kinds of equity impacts in the city of Sacramento and triangulate it by neighborhood. Which neighborhood is the most impoverished? Which neighborhood has the least amount of education? Which neighborhood has the most single-family homes, multifamily homes, right? Things of this nature. So we're able to use these new types of tools that are being developed, and as we're doing this, we are transforming our local government structure to better support equity. So those are some of the risks, those are some of the rewards. I think that those risks and rewards will continue for us. One of the things that I look forward to in this next year is really beginning to hit on some of the recommendations that came from our community listening sessions that we hosted in 2024, mainly the top 3 that our Sacramento City residents told us. There were over 100 individuals that we spoke with at 4 separate community listening sessions last year in the fall. This is what the people said, and I'm reading this directly from my notes. They said, they want easy access to participation in city proceedings and meetings. This means hosting city meetings at a time when individuals can actually come and participate, ideally in person, right? If you're hosting a city meeting at 5 p.m., 6 p.m., what happens at 5 or 6 p.m.? We're getting off of work and we're driving home in Sacramento traffic. Are we gonna struggle to find parking downtown near City Hall? Absolutely. We gotta make that easier, right? Another one of the things that Sacramento citizens highlighted, language equity all across the board, right? We were talking earlier about how we need more folks who can do ASL. We also need to make sure that there are individuals in the room who can translate for all of the different diverse and ethnic communities that we have here in Sacramento. Again, we are one of the most diverse cities in the nation. This is something we need to have. And lastly, one of the things that really came through in those community listening sessions, better relationships with historical neighborhoods of color. I'll leave it at that.
All right. I want to turn to Danielle now. Danielle, this question is around the question of amplifying community voice. What can we do to make community voices more powerful collectively? So we've discussed various aspects of community government partnerships throughout the whole summit today, really, as a means to change the narrative on unleashing the power of government in partnership with communities to produce racial equity. So considering our long history of government implementing policy and procedures that have kept people of color out, have generated mistrust, unfortunately, and division across and between various racial and ethnic groups in our communities. What practices have you witnessed that could help build trust and solidarity across these communities of color, while placing the power of those closest to the pain in a position to really truly affect change in government?
Yeah, thank you. Such a rich question, and I struggle with how do I answer this without being like super duper long-winded, but I understand that I said earlier that systems don't change themselves. So the practices that I see are leadership, hiring leadership, and making sure that we're elevating within the government people who get the task at hand and that are thinking long-term, that are focused on centering those with a lived experience. That's something that the government can do, and I've seen them do it, but it's been sporadic, right? It's not a consistent, it's not a constant. And so looking at the individual that has the heart to center lived experiences and then determining, okay, that's the one individual, but we have a government full of individuals, and you can't change hearts and minds. We can only change policies, practices, and laws, right? But it does require those of us in here to get it. And so what I feel builds trust in community is that removing of the barrier of the hierarchy of I'm your overseer, right? It's understanding, it's asking the right questions of those in community. It's taking the time to really, truly understand the problem at hand. And frankly, the one thing that I have noted and I have experienced is that those that are the most critical are often your best allies. If I'm here and I'm in the room and I'm in the space and I see something, I must say something, but it doesn't mean I'm attacking you. It doesn't mean that I'm critical of you. I'm critical of the system. And do you care enough to hear me out, to hear about the impacts that are impacting me, or are you just forging ahead again in status quo? I've sat as a community leader and amplified a lot of things that are impacting us in community and nonprofits. I understand the nonprofit industrial complex is very real. Not only do we have the unique perspective of having to follow the rules of the grant and the contract, but there's so much that is not spoken of, that's not called out, that we still have to do. That we would not turn away anyone that was in need because we're rooted in community, because we understand the community need, but that's not always funded, right? That we have to use our resources to really connect and do the success, make sure that the outcomes are successful. When we have an example of that would be a wonderful grant that we have or had that is just simply rooted in getting out tangible resources into community. And the reality is the way that that was structured, it negatively impacted us by the sheer number of staff time that required us to get those dollars out. We're not paid for, weren't reimbursed, and weren't necessarily considered. But we're gonna do it anyway, right? It's just what we must do. And so as a community, we're gonna do it regardless. We're gonna try our best, and we're gonna fight. We're gonna band together, we're gonna build different partnerships, we're gonna say it to the rooftops. But the truth of the matter is, it's not until those of you that are in this room in those positions of power that can say, you know what, that's not right. I don't like how that's working. Let me go and restructure, write an amendment, and make sure that we get it right this second time, right? When you hear it, you understand that there's something that's needed, and county council just can't be the ceiling to us having barriers or change. It's like, what are those laws and those policies that have to be met? So listening to the problems and the impacts is very helpful in building trust. That's how I build relationship. I got a lot of people that we started out cantankerous maybe, but we have some really strong and intentional relationships, and I could pick up that phone, and the focus is solely the removal of barriers. And so it can be done. I've seen it be done. I think another way that we could build trust is just, Jesse, you said it, accountability, understanding and acknowledging that we haven't always been transparent, that maybe there was a decision that was made about us, but not without us, right? And that happens so very often. But really, it's when you get those equity warriors, when you get those folks that really truly understand and have the power to make some change or impact change, they're our allies. So within government, we know we got to work with the system to affect change within the system. So like that is what I would say builds trust, is when we're having those really real conversations, we're taking those really real actions, and our focus is centering the people and removing the barriers of support. That's where you're going to find me all day long, willing to join you and do whatever it takes as a nonprofit to serve, to make that goal of your contract successful. That's when we can be successful as a team.
Great. All right. Next question for Councilmember Guerra. In 2020, the county declared racism as a public health threat, right? So thinking about that, this set the stage for the county, right? I think most folks in the county imagine this is amazing. This is going to shift policy. This is going to affect programs, funding, budgeting in response to this crisis, right? In a time of budget constraints today, reductions, disinvestment, and racial equity strategies, attacks on diversity, equity, inclusion programs, both in the public and private sectors, and understanding that budgets are essentially a reflection of our values. What are ways government leaders could more effectively account and resource for racial equity in budgeting? What should be the role of communities of color in government budgeting processes? What could the county and local government, the city, et cetera, more broadly do to better support and help focus more resources to efforts that help build community power?
Yeah, well, very good. First, I want to commend the county on that resolution. I think having a publicly memorialized statement is important, and for those that not only were on the board at that time, but the staff and those that work for the county involved in it, I think they actually deserve a round of applause for that public statement on that. But moving beyond a resolution and to actually execute and then get to a point in developing a budget, if you think about how complex and how large a county or a government entity is, there may be people in one sector of your organization that have never even met another person, let alone during the shift in COVID, where some people were hired and left and transitioned and never even actually met in person. So I think recognizing that an organization that large has created structural inequities also needs to have structural methods to start to change that. So, I'm glad that Mia brought up kind of where we are now in the city of Sacramento with the SEED tool and with language access. I think I was the first Latino on the city council in 20 years. And obviously the only one that spoke a different language at that time. And so, growing up as someone who had parents who didn't understand the language, I always say, and you joke with any kid who's from an immigrant family, that by the time they're 15, they're like a paralegal, an insurance broker, and a CNA, right? Yeah. Try to, there's a friend of ours who's a doctor who's like, yeah, try telling a doctor about their mother going through menopause and translating for them. It's like, but those are real things. We joke at them, but they're real issues. So I remember coming to the council and pushing this as a council member, and it took the formation of committees, of subcommittees, ad hoc committees. These were informal. And knowing that councils and boards will change, leadership will change, and so if there aren't structural changes to process improvement, then budgets will never reflect those needs. So what has occurred is that, well, number one, we recognize we need both leadership and structure, and leadership also doesn't mean just elected; it means within developing our staff. So one of the key things that came from the Latino community group when we were looking at our staff was that we needed to have somebody on staff who that was their focus. Our HR departments, our assistant city managers, and leaders in those departments are busy and focused, rightly so, running an efficient and responsible government. That means that sometimes, unfortunately, the issue of equity and addressing inequities, I'm not saying is ignored or forgotten, it's just overpowered by the daily needs of the resources we have. So we hired an equity and inclusion manager, Ami Barnes, who's here, and I got to give her a lot of credit for helping us and guiding us, moving the city in the direction. Second, the structure part. Knowing that a couple council members wasn't enough, maybe creating an ad hoc group was better. We also know we needed to get leadership in the world that's been doing this, so we reached out to Jesse and his group. And now we have a formal standing committee that works on these issues, and because of that, we could convince our members on the council, hey, funding these tools like the SEED tool, and then showing, look, if you overlap, the reading level of young people, the air impacts in those areas, the trees. You know, we actually record every single tree in the city of Sacramento now. They have a marker, and you record those, and you can immediately see, and you know, as the county is a public health agency, you know, you can immediately see where the trajectory will be on air impacts. And we can already now, through our air district and the Air Resources Board, can calculate how asthma and cancer risks will grow over time. So part of that is creating not only the structure in how the evolution of boards and leaderships, where that structure will outlive the boards and leadership. I'm now on my 4th city manager, 3rd mayor, 5th chief of police, you know, wow. and so, you know, and so you've seen kind of how this happens, but it doesn't happen immediately if you don't, and as something gets put in, if there isn't the structure to think long term, it will be gone just as quick. So I think that's it. And part of what, and it goes actually, I think, to the first question, what happens when you develop appropriate structures to have this information, dialogue, and input, is it creates public trust, and public trust is the reward when the organization wants to do something innovative and wants to be something bold, because then the public says, you know what, it sounds kind of out there, but I trust that they've done what they need to do to make that change happen, and it's going to support my needs as well as those who are in greater need. So, thank you.
Thank you. Danielle, Nia, anything to add to that? How should communities be engaged in this process around determining resources in their communities, particularly when we think about some of the power and capacity, understanding? Nia, you talked about inside government workings and how to, you know, if you're on the outside, you don't always understand that, right? How do we build kind of that capacity and power for communities through thinking about this budgeting process? What are some ways that communities should be more involved?
I talked a whole lot a second ago, so I'll let you know.
Thank you. I would say, in addition to what Mayor Pro Tem Guerra said, when you're talking about budgets, and we're talking about big budgets, right? Lots and lots of hundreds of millions of dollars. It's that, and then it's contract budgets, right? So I'm impacted by both. What comes into community and what comes into my organization to continue to serve community. It's hard to make a budget co-led, right? You already, it comes with the categories that you want me to fill in, right? You tell me what the indirect has to be, and you tell me what has to go directly to community. Ahead of that decision, ahead of that budget made, there were no questions and conversations around the considerations for my organization for capacity.
Right.
For how do I hold this down and do all of the things that we are supposed to be doing, like having these systemic conversations. I'm supposed to make sure home visitation is successful, right? But the reality is we have the resources, and as nonprofits, we are beholden to the communities that we serve to use those resources well, and it's not always in alignment with what we're being told to do.
And I think maybe for some of us who do work in nonprofits, and I'm one of them, and I have for all my whole career, various nonprofits of various sorts, is that we don't often model the processes around participatory governance and budgeting the way that we advocate to happen at the governmental level.
Right.
And so there's some practices that we maybe need to play with in order to prepare our community, our constituents to be in a more powerful position when it comes time to determining budgets, right?
Yeah, absolutely. It's about removing as much as we can white supremacy culture from like these organizing spaces. And when I say white supremacy culture, I'm talking about how white supremacy culture shows up in our workspaces and in our professional spaces, right? So perfection over patience, right? And continuing to work versus rest, and ignoring people's emotions over the logic, right? It doesn't mean that logic is not important. It means that there needs to be a genuine balance between all of these things, and particularly for historically impacted people of color not engaging with that culture at all is what's going to bring us like these larger impacts.
Well, we have one more question for the panelists, but I want to let the participants, audience members, we really want to hear some questions from you. We've got a really dynamic panel here. So we're going to have hopefully a few minutes for that after this last question. And I wanted to also note that Nia had referenced this, and so did Councilmember Guerra, the racial equity resolution at the city level, which was passed formally at the end of in December. If you just do a web search, SAC racial equity resolution, you'll see a copy of that. What's really critical, and from my perspective, thinking about the national landscape, is that it actually details a racial equity action plan for the city, what that should include, responsibilities, timelines, resources, key constituents, community partnership strategies among all of those. And that's what the Racial Equity Alliance and the city are collaboratively working on now, is building out that plan, which will have tangible policy kind of initiatives, et cetera. And I think that shows both the willingness of government to sit at the table and say, we understand we need to be transparent and we need to be accountable, and we're going to have this living document that we're actually going to collaborate with our residents on to make sure that we're all working together on this. The last question I have is really about kind of a question of vision. And I think that's what I keep coming back to when I really struggle with what do we do? What do we do? You hear the news today, you know, the morning cycle. What do we do? The evening cycle, a whole new set of crises, right? What do we do? And I think particularly for our residents who aren't in these spaces, people struggle with what can I do? I can't do anything about this, right? I think about my own family, my own people. People just disengage, right? They don't believe, they don't trust that there's a real role and voice and power in engaging with government. I wanted to share a quote from Robin D.G. Kelley from Freedom Dreams, the Black Radical Imagination. Robin Kelley says, with new visions, or without new visions, we don't know what to build, only what to knock down. We not only end up confused, rudderless, and cynical, but we forget that making a revolution is not a series of clever maneuvers and tactics, but a process that can and must transform us, all of us, right? With that in mind, I want to ask about what are we building? And we think about what a bold vision for Sacramento County might look like. So racial equity is both the process, but it's also an outcome we seek, in which race no longer predicts one's life outcomes or one's ability to live and thrive. In a sentence or two, what is your vision for racial equity in Sacramento County? When this vision is achieved, what will be the impacts for communities in Sacramento? What will residents across the county feel or hear or experience differently as a result of that? Can I start with you, Nia?
Of course.
Great.
What I'm about to say will not surprise any of the Racial Equity Alliance members or any of our TRIO members who are in the room. I'm sure that they have heard me say this. I am an artist and a musician outside of my political advocacy work, and so I'm big on visioning and creating. One of the kind of simple organizing phrases that the Racial Equity Alliance came up with at the beginning of our origins was water and wood. Water and wood is a kind of a theme for us to kind of remind us of why we are doing this work and what that equity vision should look like. Couple of things. Water, right? Water supports life. Water is healing. It molds and shapes our environments. It filters impurities. It seeks valleys and depressions. And it floods past boundaries when there's too much of it. Wood helps build our homes. Wood life and plant life has traditionally nourished our bodies and fed us. It has sustained us. Wood covers us, but it also carries us to new places. And when dead wood accumulates, it burns, and the ashes revitalize our soil, right? So when the Racial Equity Alliance was first doing visioning work around what we wanted our city to feel like, what we wanted to see once this vision was actualized, this was one of those things we returned to, right? And I say this because in nature, all of these kind of things that I just mentioned, it happens naturally, right? It happens without thinking. I'm not saying that we don't need that thinking process, because we do, but the vision is once we have arrived, equity will not be something that we feel obligated to work on, right? It's not gonna be symbolic. When we realize that equity vision, we will have community power and we will have ownership. That's gonna include things like oversight, equal compensation, right? Or we'll be able to identify where gaps exist in our resources or the technical ability that is required, right, amongst our government workers. Equity is also direct investment and accountable investments, right? And also non-negotiable investments, right? If we're trying to fix the problems that we have been seeing historically, we cannot seek historical solutions. We need to seek new solutions, right?
That's right.
Equity has to be measured. There are metrics to equity. This allows us to go back and see where we've made mistakes so we can be accountable. And again, at the end of it all, true equity, it requires us to move past, like I had mentioned earlier, that traditional white supremacy culture moment. We have to move past that. If there is a particular way we have already been pursuing something and it's linear, we have to do nonlinear. I think another thing I think about is it's gonna take time. It's gonna take that direct, consistent relationship building with communities that have been most impacted. And I will say it plainly, that is not the police union. That is not McKinley Park where I currently live. That is not a variety of other institutions that I know that we are all familiar with. We need to be talking to individuals who live in South Sac. We need to be talking to individuals who live in gentrified neighborhoods all over Sacramento. We need to speak to our Native American populations, the Miwok, the Nisenan, the Patwin, the Winton peoples. We need to speak to everyone who has had a negative racialized experience in this city. And if we can do that, that's how we begin the vision. All of the other stuff comes along the way and comes from that.
Yeah, beautiful.
Yeah.
Beautiful. How about you, Danielle? What's your vision?
Yeah, I wish I was as flowery.
You don't have to.
I'm black and white. I'm very simple. When I think about vision, I think about the data and the negative predictable outcomes for Black babies that die here in Sacramento County. It's attached to the Sacramento name, right? It happens and it's happened continuously for as far back as we have data. A vision that I have is that would no longer be predictable. Negative predictability would no longer be predictable. You can't say that, yep, Black babies are gonna die 2 to 3 times more this year. That's what we've been saying every single year since as far back as data goes, which is probably 20, 30 years of solid year-to-year data that we can pull out. My vision is that we are rooting equity into everything that we do. We no longer can predict those negative outcomes. And then ultimately, lastly, Sacramento is not just county. Sacramento is not just city. City's doing something, county's doing something. They're not always the same. There's no alignment, but we all live here. So what is that continuity of care? How do we streamline? How do we not have silos? How do we not recreate the wheel and duplicate services and resources, knowing that we're serving everyone, right? As a nonprofit, I don't serve just in the county or just in the city. However, like I have to go with city policies and practices and then county policies and practices and approaches, and it's not always the same. I would love to see a framework, city-county framework that supports what it is we're talking about and then puts teeth and resources behind that. And that continues to take Sacramento forward. What's our Sacramento plan? It's not about county or city.
Yeah, love that. Eric.
Well, I think what you heard, I think, is a common theme that we're stronger together. And if you think about, what a vision is and what I see as a vision, and I think about it now as a parent, the vision for me is when a parent can feel confident that their child growing up in Sacramento County can achieve what they want to achieve and have the life that they want to live, regardless of having to consider any of these inequities and structural racism that has happened in our area. And because that's all parents really are looking for, is they want that their kids can do something regardless of what their experiences or what they did in their life. But I think the true vision comes when that child truly can believe that. And when they feel that when the community that they live in, that they can continue to perceive those aspirations. And I'll say that as someone who was, a young brown man in the 90s, feeling that there was no hope, that I would end up in the same ladder, picking the same fruit as the people around me, and then found that without hope, that there wasn't anything there. Now, it was institutions like this, it was institutions and people who understood that there needed to be change about changing historical poverty that gave that opportunity. But the vision should be that that child does not have that same loss of hope and has actually that hope that helps them, his or her, drive their ambition and be the best person they can be.
Right, thank you. Yeah. It's been a real pleasure to the panelists to have this conversation. Again, a real honor to be in this space with you all in your community and to be a part of this great event. Thanks to the county for that. How about a hand for our panelists today? And such a wealth of knowledge and understanding and experience in this space. I'm seeing faces that I know bring that. And I wish we could have more conversations together today about these questions. I know you all have incredible insights to share. So I want to encourage that as we move through the rest of the afternoon into the reception. With that, I want to offer some space for some questions and answers.
Absolutely.
From audience.
So, Mark Slaughter back. Hello, everyone. While we're getting people gathering at the mics, wow. As government and community aim for the same goals, we cannot live in the status quo. Danielle, thank you. That's going to live with me. That's going to absolutely live with me. The other thing that lives with me is during the break, a wise woman told me that when you talk to community, take the word no out of your vocabulary.
Yes.
So I am learning, and I apologize for saying no.
Or can't.
Sir, state your name.
Thank you. My name is Raymond Kemp, and I work for Sacramento County. But I'm going to ask this question as a citizen. I'm glad the city and county is here. I hear a lot of talk about South Sacramento. I'm from South Sacramento. And I'm a graduate of Luther Burbank High School. But here's the mainstay that I constantly hear. People talk about policing. But I'm glad that we have our public administrators here. We have to start changing what we're comfortable with seeing. And I can give you a great example. In South Sacramento, between Franklin Boulevard and Stockton Boulevard, there are about 19 liquor licenses. Every apartment complex in South Sacramento has a liquor store within proximity. If you go look at the police stats of contacts made in those communities, they're going to be at apartment complexes that are near liquor stores. people don't approve liquor stores. That's done at the public administration level. And so when we start talking about what we need to do, how we need to invest, because if you go to Granite Bay, they don't have an overinvestment of liquor stores within their communities. But when you come to South Sac, you have community-based organizations that are fighting over $15,000.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
That are actually doing the work on the ground. And so my question to this panel and to anyone else is, what is the plan for that? How do we undo that? Because this is going to require disruption. It's not going to require interruption where you stop it. This is going to require disruption. If you want to stop increased, I think the county spent $700 million this year on the sheriff budget. The investment in the sheriff has been consistent, but the crime in South Sacramento, everyone knows about. So how do we stop doing the things over and over and over? And this is not a political thing. This is just what we do at work. I'm a county employee, so I'm responsible too. How do we put pressure on our civic leaders to stop doing the things that are permeating the crime?
Jesse, thank you. By the way, you know, I'm on the Stockton Boulevard of South Sac. So first of all, let me just say, I do sometimes when people say South Sac, and that's almost, I mean, I would say like 200,000 people. Okay, by the way, it's very like, you know, one I'm very proudful of, but I hate it when they just always just lump all of South Sac, right? You know, but to your point. There are a couple things that we do actively need to do, and the liquor store point, I'll start here, because it was one of the first things that was a big fight on Stockton and Broadway, was allowing more concentration of liquor stores, and it was a split vote on the city council, and we kept a standard that we would put a overlay district, so you could not even as a business owner apply. Right, so first of all, changing the standard I think is important. You change the standard on that by not allowing and recognizing that the lowest hanging fruit of profiting should not be okay. And once, I think that deserves a big round of applause, because it's easy to make money off just more liquor stores. It's easy to make money off of storage units. And if you notice, those are areas where you get the darkest places, you get illegal dumping. Yeah, you'll get tagging and you'll clean it up, but it's that standard, right? And so we do deserve better in every community. And so number one, I think changing those, creating those standards so that not anyone can just come and do as they please, and even if they have, yes, property rights, I respect property rights, but it's good planning. The challenge other is, and this is Danielle, thank you for bringing that, about the city and the county. Like, you know, I really have built a good relationship with our supervisors, because, you know, many of our areas, like Franklin Boulevard, is part city, and on the other side is part county. So, and we went through this one, we tried to go after all the smoke shops,
yeah,
and all the menthol sales. When the city passed it, well, immediately all the people in the county started buying up the city smoke shops, menthol cigarettes. But luckily for the county, and I appreciate the county, not waiting a long time, like moving quickly. But it really does require, because there's so many parts of our city that aren't as it was before, where you had miles away, to be able to start thinking about, as we're moving through our policies, are we doing them together so that those communities can reap the benefits of those standards? So those parts of it. The other piece, it goes back to trust. You know, I know, and I take ownership too. When we ask people about report illegal dumping, you know, call 311, and they call, and nobody wants it in their neighborhood. But if you go south of Fruit Ridge, you see it more and more prevalent. North of Fruit Ridge, you don't see it as much, and you know, and so it's on us to make sure that when someone calls, even though there's more, that we respond immediately, because if they say, why am I calling? No one's going to come pick it up. And then it happens over and over again. So building trust, and then people encouraging to use those systems, we have a responsibility as government to respond to that. Those, I think, are ways that we can address those key things. But it's a good example about how we just have to also draw a line and say, that's not, we deserve better in our community.
Thanks for your question.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. And it really comes back to our topics of what are we building, what is our vision, right? And where's amplified community voice in those decisions and policies, please.
Hi, how are you guys doing today?
Awesome.
My name is Akila. I'm sorry, is it a little closer?
Yeah.
My name is Akila. I'm a fair housing coordinator with Project Sentinel. We are a fair housing agency that started in the Bay Area, but we are here now in the greater Sacramento region. I am one of 2 team members that represents all of the greater Sacramento region. One thing that we do is a lot of advocacy for our tenants, our clients, including some type of tenant-landlord dispute resolutions and also homeowner counseling. One thing that I've noticed, especially, I'm not originally from Sacramento, I'm originally from Oakland, California, so, okay. But I'm also a military child, and so I've worked with veterans and a lot of our homeless individuals here in Sacramento County. One thing I have noticed is, I'm pretty sure just from a raise of hands, how many people in this building right now that's a part of an organization that assists with rental assistance, move-in assistance, or housing? Does anybody here a part of that? Okay, so I guess my point about it is that a lot of the time organizations that are here, we assist people find housing and get housing. We assist people with rental assistance, and we assist people with some sort of deposit or long-term type of assistance with housing, right? But I don't see a lot of retaining housing. One thing that I have seen since working here for the Fair Housing Agency, which has been about 2 years now, is we've seen a huge uprising in discriminatory behavior towards tenants. These are clients that we are finding helping this housing. We're helping them find this housing, but we're not helping them keep this housing. And a lot of it is because there are homeowners, property owners, private landlords that are doing discriminatory, harassment, and a lot of bad behavior towards them. But they don't have the support outside of the case management that help them get that housing. So I guess my question for you guys is, how is it that as a county, as a city, or just in general as we are in this area, and we're helping each other get these kind of long-term goals done, is how are we really supporting the clients that we're assisting on a day-to-day basis, not only get into better situations, but stay in those better situations?
Well, so I will talk about a couple resources we do have. Some that I think that we lost, and then maybe we, if you have thoughts about how your organizations have helped some folks. In the city, we do have a tenant protection program, and in those essence, there was one apartment owner in the north area who blatantly was threatening and creating retaliatory practices, and we created an administrative penalty, which is different than a penal code or health and safety code violation, which you have to have police officer and whatnot. But an administrative penalty actually gives our city latitude to go up and issue a fine. They had 60 tenants. They violated it 60 times. So, and I think it was $500 a fine. So you multiply that real quick, and then the property owner starts, saying, okay, wait a minute, now what's going on here? So I think looking at some of the again, different ways. For a long time, it's always been, well, was it a crime? Like looking at different ways of ensuring that people's rights are held accountable. The other piece is you don't know your rights violated if you don't know your rights. Right. So, we had the tenant protection hotline that went down after Sacramento self-help housing went under. The county has brought it back. But when you have gaps in service of that, then it's hard to build that acknowledgement back. So I think informing more folks about what their tenant rights are so that they can exercise those rights. And I think that's a huge part where increasing the education with the community. Now, on a similar note right now, we're doing that on people's civil rights because people are getting picked up. And so we're constantly doing Know Your Rights workshops. But we need to do that on the housing side as well. Just knowing how significant their rights currently are and exist. The last piece about keeping people in, unfortunately through the ARPA funding, we did start at the city, and then the county joined in on a rental assistance program. There were one program, two programs. Finally we connected them together, and it was the SARA program, which that was a great success. But then the funding ran out. And so rental assistance programs, I think, are critical for those emergency programmings. And how we fund it becomes the challenge, but it shows proof that we can prevent homelessness and prevent the cost of moving and relocation in those efforts. I don't know if there's thoughts about how you engage folks in those critical times that needs to keep people, maybe some of your clients.
I would say exactly what you're saying, yes, everything, right? We do have some resources for rental assistance, eviction avoidance, and frankly, that's the phenomenon we're seeing. I have to, as a nonprofit leader with responsibility of resources, determine whether you have, as an individual or as a family, have the means to maintain what I'm going to help you with. Right? I have absolutely had to say, no, we can't support this family because they have no income. We're going to house them, we're going to security deposit them, we're going to first and last month. And what happens in 3 months when it's due? Employment is a major issue. Being able to afford housing affordability. Who makes 3 times the rent, right, in this community? And as a nonprofit, I got to look at my wages and say, is it even equitable to 3 times the rent of what the county is calling for, the county and the city? That's a hard pill to swallow when I have to pick and choose between who to serve and who can maintain. It should not be. But the fact of the matter is, we are seeing more and more families say they have stability, say they have income, maybe even have income, and then ultimately it dissipates. Is that an impact? It's a phenomenon we're seeing, and is that an impact of the pandemic? Is it an impact of, increased poverty, the funding priorities, et cetera? Yes. What do we do about it? I think that we have to acknowledge that that is a problem, and we have to get partnership with our government entities that have the programs, that have the funding. But then ultimately, where do we help those that cannot maintain? That's a poverty issue, that's a stability issue. And we don't necessarily have long-term programs that'll help them. It's a tiny, thin pipeline for here's a year in transitional housing, for here's a program that can help you sustain and pay your mortgage or rent for 6 months, and then we expect you to kick in. So finding those pipelines and banding together to find solutions, I think asking the question and acknowledging the problem is the first step.
Yeah. I also want to contribute and just add into this. Thank you, Danielle. Something that I wanted to comment on, and this is relevant to the previous question that the individual had around South Sac, right? I think one of the things that needs to shift is our culture, right? And that's just really plain and simple. That takes a long time, right? Cultural shifts take a long time. We have to be patient. But one of the things that we often talk about in the youth political advocacy space is we need to shift to a culture of care and compassion, right? Right now, we have a culture of criminalization and punishment, right? So the incentive, whether our local governments believe in it or not, right? I don't want to speak for everyone in the room, but our systems incentivize criminalization and punishment. So there is always going to be that complexity there and present for individuals who are experiencing marginalization and who are experiencing issues with housing. But the other thing I wanted to speak on, and this is relevant to both tenant rights and also that question that came up earlier around like liquor stores and alcoholic licenses, right? Some of these larger systems that govern your infrastructure are happening at the state level as well, right? One of the things that my organization, a nonprofit that I work for, Youth Forward, works on is Prop 64, and we've been advocating at the state level on that for the past 7 or 8 years. And one of the things that we had to kind of realize was, again, you're seeing substance abuse by young Black and brown people living in neighborhoods that have been directly impacted by the war on drugs, and they are being advertised marijuana or cannabis, and they are being advertised this particular drug as something that can be healing for them. We used to do a training a couple of years back in Youth Forward where we had a picture that was on the corner of Fruit Ridge and Stockton, and it was an ad of a You know, an ethnically ambiguous woman. She looked a lot like me. She had dreadlocks coming down the back of her head, and she was advertising for hugs, right? And we talked about that with our group of high schoolers, and we discussed, like, what are all of the different ways this could have a negative impact, particularly for people who are living in communities where you are constantly seeing these ads, where there's a dispensary around every corner, a liquor store around every corner, an apartment building with an evil landlord around every corner, right? So how do we begin organizing not just at our city and our county levels, but how do we create activity and engagement at the state level with the senators and our AG and our governor, right? Because that's sometimes where we need to go in order to affect the change that we want to see on the minute level. So just wanted to add that in as well.
Thank you. Thanks for the
Thank
question.
you.
Yeah. I think we have time for one more question.
Yes, one more question.
And just one thing that I'm thinking of in response to that last question, also is, you know, where could residents plug in? So if you create a community of folks who understand their rights as tenants, how can they get together to impact policy and change at whether it's the nonprofit level to say we need to shift the way we're doing it, or at the government level. So again, building community power to be able to engage in the very decisions that impact their lives versus having a conduit always kind of being in that position, right?
Thank you. Thank you to county leadership for hosting the summit. It's really great to be in a space where we can have the heads of different departments and city administration, city staff, county staff, all here listening, so thank you. So real quick, as a parent engagement coordinator here in the county, I'm really, really happy that the city of Sacramento, even with a structural deficit, was able to open up for racial equity a language access coordinator position. So thank you for that. Thank you to Director Barnes also. I know you had a part in that, so thank you. And I hope we had a big discussion yesterday at City Hall about the PGA on homelessness, and I hope that we can extend that once we work out those pieces with racial equity and with our surrounding cities as well within our county. So thank you.
Okay.
Thank you. I also do want to thank Junior. You know, Junior Goris is, you know, obviously a great, you know, representative, you know, of his neighborhood. He's a county employee, but you know, he is involved in everything that I see on the city level. So thank you again, and for your community advocacy on that. But to that point, he's been involved for a long time pushing these issues on as a resident level, and you do have. You do have the hearing, the public comment areas, but I would just encourage folks just to remember that your local electeds, you know, they're neighbors. And you know, you go catch them when, you know, they're having a beer at Sac City Brews.
Or email them and ask for a meeting.
Ask for a meeting. You know, just, you know, we're like, you know, I get calls like, hey, can we sit down? I'm like, sure, you know. I mean, all of us come from a different experience. As I mentioned, Supervisor Rodriguez, she ran a small restaurant. Like, she understands the challenges of what it is to be a small business owner. You know, you know, I got a chance to meet her mother and understand like what it's like when you're coming to a country and learning a new language. So all of these things, try to get people at a personal level where you are engaging just as Sacramentans, and I mean that in the county in a regional form. You know, and less in our institutional level.
Yeah.
We have a final question.
Final
sir.
question. Final.
Hi, sorry. I'm actually a colleague with Akila, who is from Project Sentinel, and I'm actually here to ask a follow-up question because I believe the panel brought up that the county and the city is facing a funding deficit within the upcoming years. And because of that, a lot of nonprofit actually have to fight for many of the fundings that, you know, available out there. But if you do a quick look online, the county sheriff department got approved to buy leftover Humvee from the military, as well as drone and other tactical equipment. So my questions is, if the city and the county do actually say the priority is to preserve, you know, make other people thrive, then why aren't the funding following those words?
That's good. That's a good question.
That's a great question.
It is. No, it's
That's
a great
question.
And I will say there are, and all of us know in different departments, there's the color of money, right? What you can use your money for and what you can't use your money for. And in some of those situations, they are just grants. Like it can only be used for that particular purpose. But sometimes, and this is somewhere, I appreciate my colleagues looking deeper into how flexible those grants are. Like there generally isn't general fund money going to buy those types of equipment, even in every department. Like we have different grants that we get for equipment. But that is where the public interest, and we have, now our Police Review Commission is coming forward and bringing it, and what we did there, because of our Citizens Public Police Review Commission, we looked and identified all of the equipment, what it's used for, and then made it public about what the cost is and its necessity. So more of that public disclosure, I think, is going to help identify how we use our dollars and what can flexible dollars or general fund dollars be used for. Now the fact is, on some of the equipment, they're mandates. To Mia's point, they're state mandates. Like you have to, you have to have a 911 center. Someone's got to respond. Those key things, and some of those are inflexible, and sometimes the mandates are unfunded mandates. So those are even worse because we have to do them, and we don't get any money from them, and so then we're circling the pots. So I would say for any budgeting purposes is figuring out how to get more disclosure on what the purpose of the money, where the money comes from, is it a general fund or non-general fund, is it a grant, and then how flexible is that grant? Could it be used for something else? Could it be used for technology? Could it be used for process improvement? Is that the only use of those dollars for that purchase?
And I will say when the people are powerful together, they can do anything. We can do anything.
Exactly.
Right.
So there's back to no is not an answer, right?
Yeah.
So thank you very much to this esteemed panel. Let's hear it for the panel. We will take a quick moment to change out our stage, and panelists, thank you very much. One more applaud for our panelists.
Hi, I'm Phil Cerna. I have the honor and distinction of representing the 1st Supervisorial District here in Sacramento County. I thrive when I know that my community has opportunity. And by that, I mean having the opportunity to earn an education, having the opportunity to not go hungry, having the opportunity to be sheltered, having the opportunity to live in an environment that is governed by equitable public policy.
Hi, my name is Lisa Castillo. I thrive in spaces where I'm celebrated for who I am, where my voice, my story, and my truth are not just heard, but embraced.
Hi, I'm Dr. Olivia Casiri, Sacramento County Public Health Officer. I thrive when children are born healthy and get to live in safe and nurturing homes.
All right, I'm Dave DeFonte, Deputy County Executive for Sacramento County, and I thrive in my role here when I'm doing my best to serve the community. And one of my favorite ways to do that is to argue with really smart people with diverse perspectives, because I think, frankly, that's how the best decisions are made, to challenge each other's understanding and arrive at the best that we can possibly do for the people we serve.
Hi, my name is Stephanie Jackson, and I'm the Chief DEI Officer, Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion Officer for the County of Sacramento. I thrive when I can rock the style that authentically expresses my culture, personality, and flair in the fullness of who I am.
Hello, my name is Joe Angelo. I'm the Director of Personnel Services for the County of Sacramento, and I thrive in a space where a community welcomes those who welcome all. And that's why I am thriving at Sacramento County. Well, good afternoon. What an amazing day and afternoon. That panel was terrific. Let's hear it for them. Yes. All right. Thank you for listening and engaging The work we do, your voice allows us to move our work forward, and for that, we're thankful and grateful for every single voice participating today. Thank you. Now, we want to welcome to the stage my colleagues in the Sacramento County DEI Cabinet. Please join me on this stage, and please give them a round of applause for the Sacramento County DEI Cabinet. On December 13th, 2022, the Sacramento County Board of Supervisors established the DEI Cabinet. That resolution outlined the duties and responsibilities and set membership. For now, I want to bring up Stephanie Jackson and Eduardo Amerit, to the stage to talk about their commitment to DEI in their own space, what the work is that the DEI Cabinet does, and what we hope to achieve going forward with your support. So please put your hands together for Stephanie and Eduardo.
And appreciate the DEI Cabinet. Thank you all. I'm not gonna call everybody's name, but let me just say that this group, we've been meeting since January of 2024 when I came to the county, and it's been a journey and getting to know everyone and bonding with everyone, but also just thinking about how we're going to move racial equity forward in the county. That is a huge undertaking, and we don't take it lightly, and we just wanted you to meet the team that is working to make that happen. Thank you so much. Thank you. I would tell y'all to pause for a picture, but it's not the right time yet. We'll come back later. So, are y'all hanging in here with us? We're almost at the home stretch. Thank you so much. All right, so in Sacramento County, the DEI Cabinet's journey and Sacramento County as a whole, our journey has been toward racial equity. It actually begins internally. So meaningful change starts within. As we examine our own practices, build capacity among our leaders and staff, and cultivate a culture rooted in authenticity and commitment, while at the same time, we are listening, we're centering community, and removing barriers to access and opportunity. Because how we show up to and for our community reflects our culture.
Thank you, Stephanie. And Joe, we practiced it. I was okay with Eduardo A is how he had me written down. I was perfectly good with that. Reminded me of grade school. So what I can tell you is what I'm going to talk about. And those of you who know me, don't worry. It says DEI Cabinet Journey. I'm not going to take you into my long-winded stories. I promise you that. I know we're getting close to the end here. I want to make sure everyone has a chance to speak. I'm going to abbreviate it for you, because the DEI Cabinet Journey did start in 2020. As Supervisor Cerna had spoke earlier in the morning, our Board of Supervisors, Sacramento County Board of Supervisors, declared racism a public health crisis. And as a longtime county employee dating back to the late 1900s, as my kids would tell me, that was the first time I had literally seen anything like that taken in the county. My department, Department of Human Assistance, we did have our civil rights advocacy groups within the department, but that was the first time I had seen anything that was countywide and intentionally countywide. 2022 was when this cabinet was created, after the county and after the DEI assessment analysis was completed here with the county. That cabinet is one that you saw up here is just a great group of folks that I can speak to, and I can tell you our meetings are anything but quiet. We absolutely share stories, we absolutely laugh, we absolutely shed tears, but then we absolutely laugh again. And that is really important because we've gotten to know each other so well over the last few years. And critical to the work that we do, that is the important piece, is actually knowing each other. Because a lot of these colleagues I worked with for many, many years in different capacities, I didn't know a lot of them on a personal level. I did not know their stories. They didn't know my story. Once we started talking again, it just took us into this whole nother level of really meeting with the mission and the goal is of our cabinet. So with that, we moved on to the 2023, our action plan was created. So action plan is a strong word, because action means something needs to happen. And that is where we are right now, is really working through. That was the foundation for it. Now we're moving on into building the county playbook, our toolkit that we want to give to our departments. And I'm speaking a lot of internal work right now, but trust me, we are moving to a lot of external work as we are right now. 2023 was the first Racial Equity Summit. That one did have a lot of our outside community, our community-based organizations, everyone else that's critical to this work, part of this. And so that is where we'll keep going, not just today, but as you heard, biannual event, we're going to keep this going. So move forward, and this is one of my privileges and honor, is when Stephanie Jackson was appointed as our county's chief DEI officer. Yes, please give it up for Stephanie. She has a very hard job.
Thank you.
And she is always smiling just like that. As I mentioned to her a few minutes ago, she is very video camera friendly, so no worries of having her picture all over the place. Ooh, I think you went too far.
And now our focus has been on creating a solid foundation through intentional capacity building. So Eduardo just told you we're working on some things internally, but we've also participated in collaborative learning opportunities such as GARE, Government Alliance on Race and Equity. We've also taken a partner as Race Forward so that they can help us build and cultivate that culture that we need and the capacity building that we need. But we've also hired an external consultant with lived professional community experience like Pure Genius. Shout out to April. Her experience guides us, these organizations and our consultant guides us in developing new perspectives and practical strategies for advancing racial equity, DEI, all of the things. And these experiences help us reflect, grow, and reinforce our commitment to transformative change.
And part of that is also showcasing our authenticity in leadership. And authentic leadership means being transparent about where we are and where we need to grow. Yep. We're working closely with internal teams, engaging in self-assessment, and developing policies and practices that embody our values. Our community agreements, crafted through an inclusive and participatory process, exemplify our dedication to fostering trust and accountability. So to continue that, I do have 3 quotes here from 3 very important members of the DEI cabinet. The first one, and I'm not going to read her whole quote, all the quotes, I want to make sure I just take the excerpts that I really enjoyed out of their quotes, is from Dr. Olivia Kasirye, who is our Chief Public Health Officer and is also our Vice Chair of the DEI cabinet, and who will also be retiring soon.
Yes.
So we will definitely be missing her. That's not just a DEI cabinet loss, that is a county loss that we will have, but wishing her well in her retirement, which is very, very soon. I am thrilled that the DEI cabinet has officially launched, marking an important milestone in our ongoing commitment to equity, and I look forward to the transformative work and positive outcomes that will come from this effort. The next quote that I want to read from comes from Rami Zakaria, who is our Chief Information Officer for Sacramento County, but he was also the initiator of this cabinet. Rami took over the cabinet when it was first created. He led the initial teams in the cabinet, so I really want to give him a round of applause for everything he's done to this point with this. Thank you, Rami. Both the county and the cabinet are deeply committed to advancing DEI principles and ensuring that all members of our community, particularly those in underserved areas, have equal access to county services and information. The last quote is from Chairperson Serna, who you heard early from today, who again, really to me is the champion and the organizer of FIRST by leading the resolution to the Declaration Board, the board declared 5 years ago. Mm-hmm. And he continues to be our champion, which is one of the most critical things that we need in our county leadership, is having someone standing behind us, working with the county, working with our community to really keep this effort and momentum going. I've witnessed the incredible, thoughtful approach taken by our DEI cabinet to ensure Sacramento County's culture celebrates our diversity, that we're welcoming and inclusive, and that our internal and outward-facing presence and service delivery is equitable, respectful, and fair.
I gotta say, Dr. Olivia Kasirye, we call her Dr. K, affectionately known as Dr. K, one of the biggest supporters of this work in the DEI cabinet, and I'm just gonna put it out there. She had a lot of funds to share with us for this event, and that is where we were able to elevate and build on what we did before. And I just want to appreciate her for that. And then also, yes, give her a hand. Yes. And I gotta say, for Rami, when I first came to the county, Rami onboarded me. He helped me transition into this role, and I could not have done this without him and his leadership and passing on the knowledge. And so thank you, Rami, for being a supporter, not only being the Chief Technology Officer of the county, but also a great supporter and a great person to have as a mentor. So thank you, Rami. And then I gotta say this about Phil, because Phil is busy. Phil is an elected official, but Phil takes the time out of his schedule to come to the meetings. So he's just not out publicly shaking hands, kissing babies, but he's actually in the room, helping to make the decisions, helping to provide some thoughtful insight, and also asking tough questions. So thank you to Phil for his contributions as well. We recognize that internal change must be accompanied with genuine community engagement. So I know you are gonna have a lot of thoughts about today, and you're gonna have some feedback about today, and we're not gonna get it right all the time. We're gonna make mistakes along the way, but I want you to feel the intent behind this, and it's genuine. It's coming from a place of we want to engage with community. And as we prepare to establish a Community Racial Equity Committee, we're focused on understanding existing models, learning from other jurisdictions like Sacramento City, the City of Sacramento's Racial Equity Alliance Committee, and the Equity in Action Committee, who is supporting the First Five, Sacramento First Five, in creating the decision-making process for allocating $4.4 million for under-resourced and underrepresented communities. So we were learning from jurisdictions and other bodies that have gone through the process that we would like to undertake. And then also designing a framework that reflects our unique context. We're not like the City of Sac, the City of Sac is not like the county, but we have some commonalities, but we also have some things that uniquely fit us, and so we need to make sure that our framework reflects our unique context. And then our goal to listen, learn, and build on our internal progress to create a meaningful platform for community collaboration and partnership. So I hope you feel this platform being created just for us to collaborate and partner together. And then finally, our vision is that we work in a county where equity isn't just an initiative, but an integral part of our culture and our operations. Over the coming months, we'll continue to deepen our internal work. We'll develop more impactful and stories of progress, and we'll build authentic partnerships that center the voices of those who are most affected.
Absolutely, and as you can tell, we're at the beginning of a very long-term journey because, again, this is not a short-term commitment. This is a long-term commitment that we need to and we will continue to strive for. We're committed to sharing our experiences openly and honestly. Our internal work is the foundation that will enable us to serve our community and authentically advance racial equity for all, which in the end is enriching our communities to thrive. So, thank you. Appreciate the work you're doing, Stephanie.
Thank you, Eduardo. Thank you for the work you're doing.
And thank you all for coming. Appreciate you.
All right, thank you again to my fearless leaders. Thank you to everyone in the cabinet. It is such a joy that I get to participate in the cabinet, and I just wanted to say that. That's not scripted, and they don't know I'm saying it, so they'll probably any minute, but I do appreciate it. But back to the regular scheduling program, I'm going to welcome Supervisor Rosario Rodriguez from my district, District 4, to give us some closing comments.
Good afternoon, everyone. Well, what an incredible event. The Thrive Summit continues to be one of Sacramento's most powerful spaces for collaboration, innovation, and inspiration. Today has shown us what happens when passionate people come together with one shared purpose, helping our communities not just survive, but thrive. I want to thank the organizers, facilitators, and every participant who contributed ideas, energy, and heart. You've reminded us that progress happens when all voices are heard, when we build tables long enough for everyone to have a seat. This year's theme, Breaking Barriers, Building Bridges, is both a challenge and a call to action. We know that barriers still exist. They are economic, when families struggle for stability. They are racial, when opportunities are still not equal. They are linguistic, when communication becomes exclusion instead of connection. They are geographic, when where you live determines what resources you can access. But those barriers don't define our future. Our courage to confront them does. Breaking barriers means more than identifying what divides us. It means having the courage to reimagine what connects us. And building bridges means we don't wait for change, we create it together. At Sacramento County, that's exactly the work we've committed to doing, breaking barriers through policies, community investment, and leadership. That means expanding affordable housing and addressing homelessness with both compassion and strategy. It means investing in behavioral health and youth programs that build resilience and hope. It means ensuring language access, cultural competency, and economic mobility across every community we serve. And it means leading with transparency, accountability, and partnership, because government cannot do this alone. Progress only lasts when it's built with community, not for community. Today, we've seen inspiring examples of what happens when people lead with purpose. From grassroots organizations empowering families, to small businesses creating opportunities, to residents stepping up with solutions born from lived experiences. This is what transformation looks like. Each story we heard today reflects a simple truth. Progress is people-powered. When we lead with empathy, when we collaborate across sectors, government, nonprofits, businesses, and residents, we don't just close the gaps, we create pathways. As we close, I want to challenge each of us to carry the spirit of today forward into your neighborhoods, into your workplaces, and your sphere of influence. Let's turn today into action. Let's continue building partnerships that move us from conversation to implementation. Let's keep holding space for honesty, innovation, and courage. The Sacramento County is proud to be your partner in this work. We are listening, we are learning, and we are leading with you, not ahead of you. Before I go, I want to extend my deepest gratitude to everyone who made this summit possible. Our hosts, planners, partners, and especially all of you who showed up ready to engage and envision a better future. You are the heartbeat of this county. You are the bridge between what is and what can be. As we move forward, let's remember, breaking barriers takes courage. Building bridges takes trust. And sustaining progress takes all of us, working side by side, lifting each other, and believing in the power of community. I want to end with the words of Dr. Maya Angelou, who reminds us what resilience and unity can achieve. We can't always control all the events that happen to us, but we can decide not to be reduced by them. Try to be the rainbow in somebody's cloud. With that, breaking barriers and building bridges is all about. Refusing to be reduced by the challenges we face and choosing instead to lift one another higher. Thank you all. Thank you for your time, your partnership, and your unwavering commitment to helping Sacramento thrive. Thank you.
Thank you again, Supervisor Rosario Rodriguez. Before we leave, we want to extend our gratitude once again to our sponsors, without whose help we would not be here today. our amazing performers, artists, voices, dancers, your presence made today unforgettable. To our community members, we need you. We heard you. Let's move forward together. We're excited. We hope you are too. And a huge thank you to our event staff and volunteers for working behind the scenes, making all of this seem effortless. It wasn't, and we thank you. We also want to thank our incredible vendors. We can't forget those folks who also helped make today possible. And last but not least, please participate in the post-event survey. We want your feedback for the event in 2027. Hope you'll be there. Bring 2 people with you. Last, I want to bring up our amazing group of dancers for our final performance. They're called the Brazilian Center. Please join me in welcoming them to the stage.
Good evening, bienvenidos, bom dia. Ladies and gentlemen of the Thrive Summit, how are you doing? How are you doing? We're representing the Brazilian Center for Cultural Exchange of Sacramento, and we're very happy to be here. Thank you so much, obrigada. We're gonna put something together for y'all. How we feeling? How we feeling? Quem me homem bem, não trai o amor que ele quer. Seu bem, quem de muito que vai, não vai sem como não vai. Não vem, quem de dentro de si, não sai, vai morrer se amar. Ninguém, o dinheiro de quem, não dá o trabalho de quem. Não tem capoeira que bom, não cai, mas um dia ele cai, cai bem. Chegou para lutar. Birimbau me confirmou, vai ter briga de amor, tristeza, camará. Quem homem de bem, não trai o amor que ele quer. Seu bem, quem de muito que vai, não vai, assim como não vai. Não vem, quem de dentro de si, não sai, vai morrer se amar. Ninguém, o dinheiro de quem, não dá o trabalho de quem. Não tem capoeira que bom, não cai, mas um dia ele cai, cai bem. Chegou para lutar. Birimbau me confirmou, vai ter briga de amor, tristeza, camará. Camará. How we doing? know the song? Baiana, Baiana. Baiana, Baiana. Baiana, Baiana. Sing. Baiana, Baiana. Baiana, Baiana. Baiana, Baiana. Baiana, Baiana. For the drum. noite, povo, que eu cheguei. Mas outra vez apresenta meu baiana. Eu vou cantar com muita alegria. Vou apresentar essas baianas da Maria. Boa noite, povo, que eu cheguei. Mais outra vez apresenta meu baiana. Eu vou cantar com muita alegria. Vou apresentar essas baianas da Maria. Vou apresentar essas baianas da Maria. Vou apresentar essas baianas da Maria. Baiana, baiana. A little more to paper, buddy day. A little more to paper, buddy day. A little more to paper, buddy day. A little more to pay. A bota na cara do homem da rua. A cara no pobre do meio da rua. A cara no preto do meio da rua. A bica da bota na cara da rua. Põe no cativeiro. E anda é. Põe no pelourinho. E anda é. Põe no cativeiro. E anda é. Põe no pelourinho. E anda é. Dona Liberdade não é creia de gente. Cheia da mendiga, engano inocente. Não explica chibata, tá lá no normal. Um novo feitor com a mesma missão. Põe no cativeiro. E anda é. Põe no pelourinho. E anda é. Põe no cativeiro. E anda é. Põe no pelourinho. E anda é. Sou Deus, minha mãe. Sou Deus, minha gente. Não consigo respirar. Essas voltas está ciente. Não sou ousada. Não sou delito. Sou uma linda preta. Oluru moru pepa body day. Oluru moru pepa body day. A bota na cara da onda rua, a cara no preto no meio da rua, a cara no pobre no meio da rua, o pico da bota na cara da rua. Põe no cativeiro e anda põe no pelourinho e anda põe no cativeiro e anda nas suas favelas. Oluru moru pepa body day. 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 Vai, Samir!